Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Simms Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
Good morning and welcome to you. It's Bassmaster Live. We begin 7 hours of coverage of the Simms Bassmaster Elite event at Lake Fork, is paradise for bass fishing, trophy bass heaven. A place that's desired by every bass angler on earth. Be here, get here, catch the fish, be successful. We certainly saw a lot of that on display yesterday. The rules of the game here are full field, 92 fishing today. Only 47 advanced today, number 3. That's Saturday and Championship Sunday. 10 anglers will vie for the title. We got a lot of ground to cover between now and then. This was the scene a little bit earlier. Takeoff is underway at the Sabine River Authority facility here on Lake Fork. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona and Z. We had a fantastic day yesterday. 30-pound bags at the top and 25 just to make the top 10, but it wasn't easy for any of these guys, that's for sure.
It was not, Tommy Sanders, and the wind was a big factor yesterday on Lake Fork. Taking a look at your Minco to unlock the lake. Looking at about 27,300 acres, a little bit less this time around with the low water conditions due to all the maintenance on the dam. And really, you look at the takeoff down there on the right-hand side of your screen near the dam, that right-hand arm, Big Caney Creek. The best way to put it, Tommy Sanders, that got a good old-fashioned throttling in there yesterday from a lot of the leaders. And the one thing to really watch today is, will that pressure in Big Caney, will it hold up for another day or two?
Take a look at some of these giant bass that did come to the weigh-in stand. We are catch, weigh, and release here, but you can catch one, right, Ronnie Moore, above the 24-inch, the slot limit, and bring it in. So we got to see the bigs come across the stand yesterday.
Yeah, 4 overs brought in. Gary Klaus with the Phoenix Boats Big Bass, 8 pounds, 10 ounces. We saw Dice Kaoki bring in one as well, Luke Palmer, and then we saw Bill Lowen book in the weigh-in. The last angler to weigh in brought in his 8-pound, 8-ouncer. Texas Parks and Wildlife takes them, checks them out, and helps prolong the sport why Lake Fork is so good.
Just a giant, land of the giants, absolutely sure. And I expect we'll see more of that today. Day 2 is always a different sort of challenge, though, in many ways, Z.
Exactly, Tommy, and here's the best way to put it. Whenever you come to Lake Fork, you're very happy, Tommy. You're always very happy with what we get on Bassmaster Live. I think there was 33 bags over 20 pounds, obviously big stringers at the top. Tommy, I was a little bit bummed out about that big bass. I know you were too, being only 8 pounds and 10 ounces. In fairness, that bass was spawned out. I look for that to be the smallest big bass of the week here, Bassmaster Elite Series Bass.
Oh, I like to hear that news. The long and lean biggins, that's what we saw come across the stage yesterday. It was most impressive. We expect another day that is just thrilling out there on Lake Fork today. Thank you for being with us for the start of our Bassmaster Live for today. Here from the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, I'm Tommy Sanders. Ronnie Moore is in the studio as well, Ronnie, and what you took away and what you were telling us before we even got started today made a lot of sense. Explain some of that for us.
Well, I think that today is going to be the day that we watch. I mean, 25 pounds to be in the top 10. It's Lake Fork. No longer are we shooting for the Century Club when we come here. We are shooting for the all-time weight record. We have a couple people on pace for that, as Such was breaking down. We're going to keep it tight at the top, especially with Cliff Prince. Had an error on his bass strike yesterday. Did not get through service-wise, but 32.5, he is our leader.
Big surprise for him, and with the 11 anglers over 25 pounds, we could see multiple people get 100 pounds come Sunday and break. Like the last time we've had 2 events where it's taken over 100 pounds was 2007. It's been a while.
All right. Well, that's the context for our 4th visit to the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Mark Zona, we got a great top 5 today, top 6 that we're going to be in the boat with all day long. But you get the feeling that everyone's on a little bit of shaky ground. You can get blocked out of your good spots. You can not get there at the right time. There's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Tommy, what you just said there, I really think is going to kind of be the story of today is when you say get blocked out of your spot. Basically, there is so much pressure on very, very small areas where these fish are in. And one thing to be said, we really obviously watched what Lee Livesey did yesterday, doing a lot of damage up till about 11 o'clock. And I talked to him last night about that, and he said, look, here's what I basically did the rest of the day. Is I went to very well-known areas where there are schools of big ones that there are other anglers in that area. We got to see one of the anglers near his boat, And Livesey said, my main goal from 11 o'clock on day one was to make my presence known. He goes, I did not press those anglers. Those anglers had very big stringers. I think 1 or 2 will be on camera today. But he said, I made my presence known that you might see me on day 2 and day 3 in this area. So it was a lot of, basically, it was a lot of game planning the rest of the day for Lee Livesey, just to let the other anglers know, I'll give it to you today, but you might not have it alone tomorrow.
Marking your territory is always a very important thing.
Scenting.
So many
Scenting.
walks of life, absolutely. Well, Lee Livesey, no one was surprised to see Livesey right there near the top of the leaderboard. How about our leader, though, the veteran Cliff Prince? We talked to him earlier today.
Well, you know, yesterday I caught a quick limit and it allowed me to do some little bit of searching and find another school that had some big ones in it. And today, hopefully, I'll capitalize on those 2 schools, because when I left, there were still some fish there, you know. But, you know, with the wind blowing all night, you just don't know what the water's going to look like or what the fish are going to do. So we're just going to go fishing, catch all 5 big ones, and come in and see where we sit.
Hey guys, Matty Wong, Elite Series Pro rookie here. Wow, that's all I can say, man. I'm stoked to be here. I'm stoked to have you guys riding along with me today. It's Lake Fork. Anything can happen. Hopefully I can go out there and whack another bag again. It's a lot of work, but when they come up, they're good. So I'm gonna just run around. Gotta keep an open mind today. Gotta hit new water. Gotta do a little bit of pre-fishing mixed in with checking on some old stuff. But I'm really looking forward to getting out there.
It's a fun lake to fish, because literally, in the way that I caught those yesterday, I caught them cranking. You're cranking that plug as hard as you can, and when one of them gets it, it's like, literally, it's like a redfish or a giant striper strokes that big plug. You know, it's fun. It really is. I can go all day with a few bites because it's fun when it happens.
Day 2, boat 19, winds are sustained 20, gonna gust over 35 here at Lake Fork. I'm headed out to sitting in 3rd, had almost 30 yesterday. They do it again today. We're gonna be fishing 10, 12 foot, 8 foot, big worm, zoom, the big mag trick worm, zoom old monster, little square bill, little jig. Here we go.
Some of the thoughts from the guys we'll be in the boat with all day long amongst our top 6 out there today. And Greg Hackney kind of cutting through the clutter and really getting down to the joy of fishing at this place. What the upside is, the potential upside is so great. Seth Feider sort of gave us a speech like that yesterday, too, and that's fun to hear as well, despite all the challenges.
Yeah, and obviously, besides Lee Livesey being a big story on day number 1, your leader coming into today, Cliff Prince. This was one thing that was very, very surprising, Tommy. Cliff Prince fishing a lot shallower than a lot of your leaders, and said, at least for day number 1, he was left alone and also left them biting pretty much all day long, fishing a shallow school of bass in a very popular area that he said he was absolutely stunned. Had that area to himself. And the other thing about it is those are bass that he found about a week and a half ago almost. Found it the first morning of practice, said they have not moved 10 feet in almost 6 days.
Incredible. Let's take a look now at a very important race that is ongoing from the very start of this 2022
I'm off
season.
on my days, Tommy.
Yeah.
Progressive.
He's not fishing in the off-limits time. We'll just make that clear.
Okay. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. We have had a change on the top of that leaderboard. Look at that. Brandon Polinick right there. John Cox right below him, followed by David Mullins, who we'll be in the boat with all day long, and the rest of them going on down the line. I think you made a good point about the contrast between the styles of our guys who are 1 and 2 running more.
Yeah, I think that it's very interesting. John Cox staying true to himself. I mean, this week he betrayed himself a little bit, putting a transducer on his boat, maybe fishing a little offshore, but we didn't get to see that yesterday. Obviously caught him good enough shallow, but Brandon Pollock's going to be a monster to handle the rest of the year in the Progressive Angler of the Year race.
Well, of course, we're going to have our eyes on the local favorite. There's no doubt about that. He guides here. He spends more time on this lake than anywhere else. He is Lee Livesey, our defending champion. And, of course, last year, he put together one of the most perfect days ever in the sport. Let's take a look at some of the footage from yesterday with Lee Livesey.
Yeah, and really the first hour of competition yesterday, Lee Livesey fishing a lot of what he would call mid-depth schools from, call it 6 to about 12 feet of water. The main juice spot yesterday where he did most of his damage, very, very small, about 30-yard stretch, 8-foot shell bed. Getting a lot of his work done on the 6 Sense crankbait, color Supermodel Shad with his signature halo rod. I believe Ronnie's got a picture of that we'll have on the screen of knowledge a little bit later this morning. And really, I think Livesey was also surprised that the size definitely ended up in these areas. I think he was looking to do about 22 to 25 pounds and really getting his job done over 30 pounds by about 11:30 yesterday. He was able to kind of move around and really was game planning for the rest of the event. Most of his damage, again, on day number 1, done with his crankbait, but said he lost a few key fish on a jig and a worm later in the day.
Lee Livesey, of course, knows every square foot of Lake Fork, and I think our colleague Davey Hyde pointed out, you know, there's a lot of guys that face each day with a clean slate. He seems to have a game plan for each and every minute of every day. That's how specific he is on spots where he throws, and some of that came through yesterday. Our anglers en route now. The takeoff was right at 7 local time, 8 Eastern time. We'll fish for 8 hours today.
It's honestly mesmerizing to watch Lee Livesey catch a 6 or 7 pounder, and as he's releasing it in this event, talking about where he's going to catch the next 6 or 7 pounder. And some of these anglers are just trying to get by catching 4 pounders. There's a different level of local knowledge that we have here from Lee Livesey, years and years, and the fact that it translates to these elite events is very impressive. With how small, can't really get away from people on here, but Lee Livesey still manages to make it work.
Let's get out to 3rd place Progressive Angler of the Year race. David Mullins. 27-7 yesterday.
Just trying to get some bites. Try to get some room too, apparently.
Getting crowded.
Looks like it.
Oh boy.
How'd yesterday go?
Well, we caught 27, which was good. Only had to get in 2 altercations, so it was a productive day.
Fishing a little small, is she?
Fishing small.
And that is going to kind of be the theme of the day for a few of these areas, especially where we talked about in Big Caney. These schools are not all throughout that giant creek. Very, very isolated.
David Mullins said that from practice, Tommy, he fished the first morning, Sunday morning, he fished, maybe a little bit shallow, tried that out. And then after that morning time period Sunday, he graphed for the remainder of practice and found roughly 20 to 25 schools. And I asked him what's a school to him, because some lakes it's 5 fish, some lakes it's 100 fish. He said, I consider a school here anything 10 fish or more. He said he checked a lot of those yesterday and ran them and caught his fish off some of those spots, but a lot of his schools disappeared, and he wasn't sure if it was wind direction or if they're finally going even deeper to summer stuff, so he may have to fish some new water and maybe explore a little bit today.
Got a new tournament leader, Brandon Polnick, with 2 fish in the boat already.
That was quick. Very quick move from David Mullins over to Matty Wong. Matty Wong, 27-11 yesterday, one of our big rookies here in 2022, the winner of the Bass Nation Championship last year.
Out here on Lake Fork. Now I just need some big old basses to come and hang out with me. This morning bite really doesn't start to go until a little later, but I figured that we got this amazing wind cover. Might give us just another opportunity. But you know, just trying to stick with it, grind away. It's all you can do, and make sure that your hooks are sharp. Apparently, your split rings are sticky too, so those are all good things. But either way, I'm stoked to have you guys riding along with me. Hopefully I can put a couple big ones in the boat for y'all. How's me saying y'all, because I'm in Texas. We don't say y'all in Hawaii, so just let y'all know. But yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to retie this. Sorry guys. Be right back.
Matty Wong out there. Like our leader, Cliff Prince, coming off a good performance at our last stop, Lake Chickamauga.
I think it's windy, Tommy.
Gerald Swindle mentioned the wind today. It looks like there is a bit of it.
From the south again,
Yeah.
same direction.
In Texas,
yeah,
in
the
Texas
intensity.
wind, huh?
It says it on the wind finder, which is pretty accurate most of the time, that it's 15 to 20 right now, but just west of them in Dallas, it is 25 plus. So if that slides a little east.
Ronnie throwing out the wind finder app.
Hey,
I love it.
Z,
bud.
you saved my
Remember when I
life going
told
up
you
north
about
with that. Yes. It's my favorite thing to check just when I'm bored and have nothing to do.
Got some TH Marine Weather Watch for you. Of course, currently 78 degrees. It will get up there. We'll get good and warm today. May not feel it as much because you're going to be feeling more wind than anything else, obviously, up to 20 miles an hour.
Yeah.
We're in Texas, aren't we? Yeah.
We certainly are, Tommy, and taking a look at Gerald Swindle right there. All of his damage was done on this little high spot. Comes up to about 8 foot of water surrounded by bluegill beds. Swindle said he did a lot of running around yesterday and said could not get in on any other offshore or mid-depth areas that he was looking for. Bunkered into this spot right here and said he got the fire beat out of him from the wind. And it looks like that's going to happen again today.
Yes. Show. Look at that. That's what you want on a 20-yard circle. Because he started here yesterday. Because he started here. I'm going to be all right, man. I just got to work through it. It's just one of them deals where, you know, it's Lake Fork. So we're going to just sit here and grind it out in the wind. Try to slow down and get some bites. You know. So it's going to get a little rougher.
Wind has given us a little trouble on the microphones, and that will be an issue all day long. So hold on.
I think that's his line. Couldn't tell.
Oh, when you're catching your neighbor's line, it's
oh boy,
things are tight.
This week and next event are going to be fun.
Did he just catch old boy's line and behind him?
He did.
He did, didn't he? There is somewhere today going to be some fireworks. Sooner it looks like, rather than later.
Could be.
So, I mean, I'm throwing and he's reeling my line in, so I don't know what else to do.
Oh boy.
It's just some little rough place here. It's got some brim beds around it. It's 8 or 9 foot deep. We're just gonna have to put everything outside, remind and fish, you know. It is what it is. Get us a couple of good bites, and you know, if we have to go shallow in a little bit, we will. I figured if it got too rough here today, the backup pattern is to flip timber with a jig. Had some bites doing it yesterday. So hard to get on deep places, and then the ones that you can get on, that the wind ain't on, you really ain't gonna get on.
And really to give everybody at home a little bit, and a lot of our friends that are watching Bassmaster Live that fish Lake Fork a lot, is this lake fishes very small this time of year at regular pool. And when you're at this water level, it fishes exponentially smaller.
Biggin', God, biggin'. Biggin'. No, it ain't that big. Introduce yourself. Zero?
Yeah, it's 0.
4-3.
You're real close. 4-3. Wait.
I like 4-8.
That wind's getting it.
4-5.
4-5. 4-5.
We'll call it 4-5.
There you go.
Again, that's what we're doing
That's a
here
good start.
all week long. Catch, weigh, and release.
Boy, I
The
thought it was like a
original
7 when I seen
Toyota
it.
Texas Bass Classic format they did because they wanted to fish this lake so bad. That's how good Lake Fork is. You have a tournament trail that wants to fish this lake, so they figure out a way to host a national tournament here.
Thank you.
TTBC.
First fish on a worm.
They eat a worm.
I picked it up and it was tight, and I was like, ooh, almost felt like a bite. And it was. I didn't move it on the hook set. It was just.
Solid. Those are the good ones.
Huh?
Those
Yeah.
are the good ones.
So going back to where Swindle's at, little high spot, rough area on it where there's a lot of bluegill spawning. And he said it's a...
I don't care when you was here. You should have stayed here all day if you didn't want nobody here. About 9:15. It's a 20-yard cast. I've already had to reel your lure in twice. You done started it. Go on, do what you got to do, son. Move on. Do. I had to troll the motor down. You do what you got to do. You take care of you. I didn't talk. I didn't say a word. I said, film that guy. If I'm gonna talk crap, I'll talk crap to your face. You ain't gotta worry about that. Just fish and go on.
Go on now. Well,
15 minutes in, baby.
yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a theme of today and possibly tomorrow. Very, very small areas. You heard Gerald Swindle say it's only about a 20-yard cast and caught that angler's line 2 or 3 different times. Just part of what we're going to see today.
Yeah, going to be a little scratchy today. That's the nature of the beast. You mentioned a small impoundment that's even smaller this time around because of low water. So we're going to see how it develops today. There's going to be a lot of stuff to keep track of, a lot of stories developing early on this day on Lake Fork.
The Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Bassmaster Live, we are going, we are fishing. Day number 2, this is the day you make your move. If you're outside of the top 47, in this case being 17 pounds 4 ounces after day 1, what will it be today? We'll speculate on that, but if you're outside of that, you got to fight your way in. And if you're inside of that, you got to fight to stay in where you're going. It's going to be a long Long day for these guys, but it will go by very quickly. That sounds funny, but that's kind of the way it works out here. Let's get out to Lee Livesey, 30 pounds plus, 32 plus.
I want to get back out with Gerald Swindle.
Okay.
I mean, I don't.
We're
if
going
we had a
everywhere.
choice, I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, and Ronnie, actually, if you remember from yesterday, I made a comment. We were looking at our maps. We're able to look at the maps where the anglers are. There was a pile of hopscotching going around in Big Caney. Hold on one second. Livesey hooked up live.
If he got me in a tree or if he's just big. There's a tree right there. He's gonna get me in. Yeah. Dang. Got me in that tree. I think it's a great big one too. Dang. Dang. I thought he was gonna come out. That sucks. It was a big one too. Dang. This might have got wet.
No way.
No way. No way. Woo! Ain't no way. Thank you, Sunline America. That's a 12-pound sunline. She had me wrapped up in that tree. Oh my gosh. That doesn't happen. Thank you, Sunline.
It was already a weird
Trying to
morning
get
on
off that tree.
Bassmaster Live.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
Pour something. That's something.
Nope, you're a little bit better. Settle down, settle down. 5'6".
5'6" to start the day. Got me hung up in a tree, 6 cents, 300 DD. That's her. How'd that fish stay on? That's insane. So this mic probably just got soaking wet. Is that?
Sounds good, though.
I can't believe that just happened. I tried to break my line, and it broke the tree. That's 12-pound test. Thank you.
Tommy, you're going to be hard to beat when things like that happen.
Got me in it.
Literally went to break his line right there, and you could tell he did not want to lose that 6 cents crankbait. And the tree gives and land. And granted, that's a 5-pounder he would not have needed yesterday, but to start the day like that,
yeah, helpful. Things
going right for Lee Livesey early today. Wow.
Might
Really?
as well.
Wow. I guess. Yeah. I guess. Power pole replay of the day. Lee Livesey's first bite of the day on a crankbait, fishing a little bitty shell bar, 8 feet of water, pretty much exactly where he did his damage yesterday. Goes to break it off right here. The tree breaks, and the fish is still on. A lot of magic in that.
No way. No way.
Woo! Between Lee Livesey, cameraman Jake Latondras.
Thank you.
We don't have Orville in there today.
America. No. That's 12-pound sunlight.
Don't know who's in there. We'll find out.
Oh my gosh.
Lee Livesey already the power pole replay of the day. It's been a weird 25 minutes so far. Bassmaster Live, power pole replay of the day. Lee Livesey living right, feeling it,
you can
owning it.
When he stuck his rod all the way in the water to try to poke that. Normally when a fish wraps you up in a tree, the crankbait gets stuck to the tree, you lose the fish. Right. He was trying to poke the bait off, never could find the bait because it was still in the bass's mouth, Tommy. How incredible.
A little improbable.
Good thing.
Mark Zona, you made a vow yesterday. We were not going to feature a 5-pounder as the replay of the day, but I think we can make an exception. We're not going to do that again.
That one will work, though.
Yeah,
that'll work because there was a 99% probability that he doesn't even get the crankbait back, and yet he gets the crankbait and a 5-pounder. All good. Lee Livesey power pole replay of the day.
That is wild.
At ICAST after his first event, he was called the Doc Guy.
Oh yeah.
Catch.
So weird.
And he showed me a picture from his Facebook where he was guiding and jumped in the water, dove down 18 foot to get a trophy fish for one of his clients.
Dove down how far?
18 foot.
About 18 foot of water to get.
Come on now.
Aquaman.
Such.
That's starting to sound like a Paul Bunyan story.
And he dove down and he
Shows
get
you
a
that
better
crankbait
distance.
runs true though.
Lee, how you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling good. You know, it's just stuff's gonna change. You know, this is not a big school or anything. I was lucky to get that one out of there. I was hoping to get 2, but people are gonna change that did bad yesterday, and people are gonna struggle that did good yesterday, and I just gotta keep grinding, trying new things and new spots, and trying to fit in where I can, you know, and you know, just trust my knowledge on what I know is going on early and try to fit in on that deep stuff late. You know, I didn't hit that little niche yesterday, and I got to make it work today. I got an extra hour being in the last flight, so hopefully I can get some fireworks. You know, I don't need what I had yesterday that early. I mean, I'll take it, but you know, that was not expected, so we're gonna be all right with just 2 or 3 of what we got, and then figuring out some stuff during that midday and afternoon that we didn't yesterday. So that's the plan, just keep grinding it out. We're about to make one more cast here, and we're gonna go try to fit in somewhere else, actually.
Well, all eyes on Lee Livesey for obvious reasons this week. He is the defending champ. He knows this place like no one else. Everyone watches where he goes, that's for sure. And of course, everybody's watching what he's using. And he's the subject of our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Hey everybody, Lee Livesey here, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. We just finished up day 1 of the Bassmaster Elite Series event on Lake Fork. We had 32 pounds even today. I caught a lot of fish on the 6 cents crushed 300 DD with my Halo HFX Signature Series cranking rod, 7.6 medium heavy. That was the deal for me. You know, that put the majority of the weight in the boat. Tomorrow is a new day though. We're gonna have a little bit different wind direction. It just, you know, these fish are smart. So I think tomorrow, if that wind will lay down just a little bit, you'll see the weights go up. You know, we've just got to stay in contention. You know, whether it's 28 or 38, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to grind. I'm going to fish for big fish. We have nothing to lose. We're in the Classic already, you know. So I'm going to, you know, shoot from the hip. You know, that's cliche saying, I know that, but I think it's going to work out really good. I just need one of those afternoon schools to fire off because I'm a late boat flight tomorrow. Got an extra hour. So y'all stay tuned to Bassmaster. It's going to be a really good event.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
We're here at Lake Fork. We are live. It's Bassmaster Live, and the reason we're here at Lake Fork for the Sims Bassmaster Elite event is to go big. That's what Lake Fork is all about. Phoenix boats big bass as it stands right now. Appropriately, the veteran Gary Klaus with 8 pounds and 10 ounces. And Mark Zona, you say you're of the opinion we're going to bust that today. We're going to do better than that today.
I mean, you have to think so after what we got to see yesterday. We're going to go a lot bigger than an 8-pound, 10-ounce bass. You know, looking at a lot of that swindle stuff and guys fishing close, it reminds me of going deeper into some issues back in the day with Jay Kumar on Loudmouth Bass, you know.
Oh, boy. Taking us all the way back.
Yeah, I had a flashback of a nightmare right there. Going to get back into a little caney right now with Cliff Prince, your day one leader bass.
32.5 on day one, and now he's hooked up.
Golly.
4 pounds, 4 ounces.
Sweet. I'll get her started.
Let's go ahead and mesh while we're at it. Thanks, sir.
'Not as big, but it'll work.
£1 pound, 15 ounces. £3 pounds, 6 ounces.
Most of Cliff Prince's work done day one on a bladed jig and an oversized square bill. And this is an area around more Tommy Sanders Such that we have seen in years past. It is stunning. Nobody else in there with Cliff Prince, and he said he felt the same way on day number one. Going to get back over to Gerald Swindle, a little bit windy on his primary hard spot. A lot of his work done with a Magnum trick worm from Zoom on day number one.
Prince regained the lead with those 3 fish. He's 11 ounces ahead of Polnick, who's got a limit. And Patrick Walters, 5th place. Biggest limit, 17.9.
think it's a big one. Pretty good one. Choppy down here. Just take your time. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You're not that mean. All right. I'll swap sides when you get right here. Scale 0, sir. All right. Let me get him. Three. $12. No. Alright. That's a start. Hey, we're on the board. That didn't time to jump to trees.
Number 1 for Swindle right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He won't. He'll just soon see that one get taken off the roster before the day is over for sure.
I don't think that was a bass. I don't know what it was, but.
Hi, the wind's a lot worse than it was yesterday morning. First place we stopped on, I didn't expect to catch many there, but I thought I might catch 1 or 2. I never got a bite, but I really couldn't fish. The wind was so bad, so I skipped a bunch of places just because I couldn't get on them. So I came up here because that's not a very big fish. It's a goo, Gasper goo. I caught a big one here yesterday, and it was later up in the morning. I was like, well, I felt like we could fish here, so. And it's a lot worse here than it was yesterday. Now, I mean, it's doable here, you know, I mean, but. It's just a bunch of places. My best places are all out there in the middle, you know, and rather than even waste time out there, I'm like, I probably, unless the wind lays down a little bit, I'm not gonna fool with any of that today.
Hackney working away here, still looking for that first keeper of the day. Now B&W trailer hitches on the line. That means our first opportunity to visit with our guy there, Davey Height. And Davey, each day is different out here, but the goal is the same. And man, it's been a little scratchy out there. It's been you got to fight for what you get, obviously, and that makes it kind of entertaining. And I'm sure you're familiar with that whole scenario.
Oh yeah, so interesting, Tommy, and like you say, a little scrappy, but I'm here with two great fishermen, Drew Cook and Brandon Polnick, sharing a school of fish. Hopefully, it's a big school of fish. They've done well here this morning. They're getting along. It's a great example of how to just work together. Both anglers found these fish. I saw them here yesterday morning. They came back here this morning. They've been getting along. Both of them catching fish. But it's going to be interesting to see in 4 days if this, you know, hurts guys so much, and who has a school of fish to themselves. And do you just sit on those fish all day knowing that you have them for yourself, or do you run around trying to get to other spots? We'll see how that plays out. But that's going to be a big part of the strategy to have a chance to win this tournament.
And Davey, really, we talked about it yesterday afternoon with Ronnie a little bit. We're able to look at maps. A lot of these areas where guys caught them yesterday, like we got to see today, Greg DePalma, he caught his fish there yesterday and got out of that area. Swindle comes in and catches his. And I made that comment to Ronnie. these leaders, these guys that are in the top 20 are hopscotching not the exact same quarter-mile stretch, the exact same 20-yard stretch. And that's the problem with this lower water. We made the comment that this lake fish is small this time of year at regular pool, but this is a different set of circumstances with the low water this time around.
Yeah, absolutely, Z. And we kind of knew it was going to be like that coming in. But the timber being kind of the equalizer here, because it's harder to locate those fish in the timber, I thought that people that fished in the timber and were able to find some of those schools would have them to themselves. But that's not the case. These guys are so good. They're great fishermen. They're great with their electronics. And, you know, I talked to Lee Livesey some yesterday afternoon, and he said, I went to a lot of places yesterday that I thought people wouldn't find those fish. He said, but almost every single group of fish I found, somebody was fishing them yesterday. So like I said, we'll see how that unfolds. The good thing is the time of the year that this is, a lot of those fish are just moving out to some of those places, and it could reload, so to speak. So if that happens, you know, it could be one on a place where, you know, a Gerald Swindle, Greg DePalma, you know, multiple people are fishing and you just have to catch it at the right time. But like I mentioned earlier, the big dilemma is if you've got a place, do you sit there all day? If you got there this morning and then you know there's going to be a cut after today, do you try to just sit there and think that that's the winning school of fish and can you catch them? That's going to be the big question we see.
Davey, I want to talk about that real quick. Lee Livesey made the comment, I can't do that. I can't sit on a school for 8.5 hours and just hope that school fires. With that being said, for some of our beginning viewers, you know, beginning fishermen here on Bassmaster Live, Livesey said really the last 2 or 3 hours, he made his presence known in certain areas where there was, you know, these 10 to 20 fish schools. Explain to the beginning tournament fishermen what that means to do that on a day one after you have 32 pounds on the board.
Yeah, Z, that's a great question, and it's really neat, and it's a good strategy on Lee's part. I talked to him a little bit about that yesterday afternoon. Also, he said I pulled up to, you know, within a cast of a spot where there were some fish that I knew the fish were there, somebody on there fishing, just to let them know, hey, I really want to fish there, but you're there. I'm going to show you the respect of not pulling up and fishing there while you're there, just letting you know. And he did that 3 or 4 times yesterday afternoon. I think it was a great strategy because, you know, if you're not somewhere the first day and a guy has been there all day, he said, well, you didn't fish here yesterday. But if you just kind of show them, hey, I know those fish are there. I'm going to let you have them today, but you might see me again as a tournament unfolds. The other thing, though, that as far as sitting on a place like you mentioned, Z, Lee Livesey not being able to do that, I understand that completely. He knows so many good places and where these fish are and where they should be going. But there's also times when a guy, I mean, the tournament I won at Pickwick, I fished one place. I caught all my fish on one place, but it was the only place I knew I had a chance to win the event. So a person like that, like maybe a Cliff Prince, could win this tournament and doesn't know where as many schools of fish are, but if those fish can reload and he stays right there, he could win. So just different strategies. A lot of it depends on how well you know an area.
Davey, you're going to laugh at this, and as goofy as this sounds, but a lot of our hardcore tournament fishermen are going to laugh at this. In multiple day events, there are actually anglers that will do exactly what Lee Livesey did during practice and let other anglers know they're going to be there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's amazing, but that certainly has happened out here. There's so much strategy. You know, I was talking with Lee's cameraman Jake yesterday, and it's so interesting. It's so interesting to see what goes on during practice and in an event. There's so many things going on. Catching the fish is certainly part of it, but strategy on how you're going to fish along with other people, that sort of thing. But I hear you laughing, Z. We might know a guy that did that a time or two in his career.
Davey, one last question. Yesterday, we got to see Seth Feider make a massive comeback fishing boat docks. Did all his damage really between, call it 11 and 1 o'clock. There are obviously not many boat docks on this lake that have much water on them at all, but there was other anglers that were in that 25-pound bracket. Can something like that hold up, or is that going to throughout this event?
Gosh, I don't know, Z, but I talked to Seth yesterday afternoon. Keep in mind, he's obviously the defending angler of the year, a great fisherman. We all know that. But I went up to him yesterday afternoon and shook his hand. I said, that was a great day of fishing out there, because he did not have a good practice. And to catch over 20 pounds like he did yesterday, those are the days that make the difference in your season. When you don't have a good practice and you go out there and you scratch and claw and catch a good limit like he did, those are the kind of days that you're looking for. But gosh, everything's setting up. The strong south wind again today, everything's setting up for those fish to move offshore, in my opinion. The only thing that's keeping some of those fish around, there are some brim beds around shallow areas, so we'll see. But man, I would be concerned if I had caught my fish shallow yesterday.
Davey, hi, thank you so much. It's really kind of cool to hear Davey, who spent his time doing what these guys have to do occasionally, is negotiate a treaty with other anglers to where multiple people can fish the same pile of fish. And that, as like Gerald Swindle said, that's part of the job. That is part of your job.
Hey,
Look
Skinner
out.
Boats, big fish alert here. John Cox, who's not far from Palnick, is 6'5", 6'7".
Oh my goodness.
You like that, don't you, Such?
Yeah, the biggest fish was Pat Schloppers this morning at 6'9". Patrick Walters has a couple
Tommy,
of nice ones.
Tommy, I don't want to get into who it was, but back in the day, there was a certain angler that would drive around in practice and make sure everybody knew exactly where he was going to fish during the event.
I may have a clue as to who you're talking about.
Yes.
Tommy,
yes.
Z, on a serious note, and Such as well, the fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is that when we see something like that, and I told Tommy this during commercial break, we always tend to side just naturally with the angler that has the camera in the boat. You tend to feel like the other guy is in the wrong, whereas when it comes down to it, we are halfway through the season, an important season for a lot of anglers. And if you are a guy who is, as we look at the Humminbird Bird's Eye View, if you're a guy who is below that projected cut line for the Elite Series and maybe losing out on an opportunity to fish next year, and you're finally on a great pattern or a great school of fish here and you caught 23 plus pounds, you got to go back to it tomorrow and just see. And it just happens to have a confrontation. But at the end of the day, you got to take care of you, and you got to try to stay on the Elite Series, even if it ruffles feathers.
And here's the thing. That was a tickle fight. That was a pillow fight compared to looking at this Humminbird Bird's Eye View. That was nothing, man. That happens every day of the Bassmaster Elite Series or other multiple day tournaments. And out of respect to Greg DePalma, he was there yesterday.
Yes.
I looked at the map. He was there. He just was not there when Swindle wrecked him.
Yes.
So a little bit of a collision, no big deal. Moving on, Bassmaster Live.
Absolutely.
We'll see more of it later.
We figure it out, we move on, and that's part of the job. And they will continue throughout the day. Moving day. You've got to move on. You've got to move on into the top 47 if you want to fish tomorrow. It'll be a different landscape tomorrow with half as many of these tournament anglers out there on the water. And heaven would be to make it to Championship Sunday with just 10 anglers. That's what we're getting towards every minute here. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
This boat and all of the Miller Highlight Bassmaster Classic features is designed to give every fisherman in the country that's interested the how-tos of bass fishing. Probably the most important single device in this entire cockpit area is this little device called the kill switch. And once it's connected to the ignition system, and should the driver leave the cockpit area for any reason, this little safety device provides that the engine will be killed. Watch this. Instantly cuts off.
All week long, of course, we are celebrating the life of the man who is responsible for what we're seeing here today. The great Ray Scott, the original idea man, the big picture man, and safety was a big agenda with him as well. All the great things that we take for granted today, so many of them we come to find out were started by Ray. The kill switch, the wearing of PFDs, required wearing of PFDs, life jackets, that was part of his legacy as well. So much to go through when we look at the life of the great man whom we lost earlier this month.
Yes.
Greg Hackney, 2014 Progressive Angler of the Year.
three-time winner with the lead series.
We'll probably do a lot of creek fishing today. I mean, I can't, you know, I'm like, I can fish in these places. I just,
Got him. No doubt he wasn't coming on.
Two six?
Brendan Palnick with a 6.5 pounder called to 19 pounds 8 ounces. He's back in the lead. 46 pounds 1 ounce total.
Big juicy right there. Oh, big juicy curly. Just try to get us another bite. Good fish out. He's got me wrapped up. Just hold him. He's still on there. I'm wrapped. Hey, he's still. Oh, he come loose. He come loose. Got him. He ain't that big, but we going. Way down because I don't know how frayed my line is. Oh, I got him. I don't know how frayed that line was. He had me tore up from the floor up, wrapped up, and shut up, didn't he?
Scale 0.
Fat guy with a little coat, ain't he?
4.
Trying to block the wind for you. Come on, fat guy.
Come on, stop.
You gotta be still, buddy.
Come on, fish.
There it is. Oh.
4.
1. Take it.
Grab my shirt. Let me do a little surgery right here real quick so I don't kill him.
Number 3 for Cliff Prince. Actually, number 4, I'm sorry, for Cliff Prince.
That'd be a shame to even try to measure that, wouldn't it? It's, you see?
He's good, man.
got them going now. That's the good thing about being at this place. The next one will weigh 11. And like I said, there you go.
Come up here, Jim. Don't you do it. About the same size. Like chunks, I'll give them that.
It's chunk.
Scale 0. Now you be still, young man. Blocking the wind. I'm the wind blocker. I can't block much more wind, buddy. Block it over here. It's blowing you everywhere. Try this side. Look at the gut on that. 4-0. That joker got a belly on him, don't he? That joker got a belly on him. He was pulling like that.
Over to Cliff Prince, a little bit slower morning today. A lot of his damage was done in the first hour yesterday, made some big calls late. See him transitioning over from a bladed jig and a square bell. Heard Ronnie talk about a lot of anglers that we're seeing this week kind of fighting for their Elite Series requalification career. Talked about that with Greg DePalma. Cliff Prince, another angler, needs to catch him the rest of the season.
£3 even.
Sweet. That's 5, isn't it?
And it's incrementally for 10 people above the line and 7 people below the line. It's all just,
yes.
It all really does depend on the next 2, 3, 4 events on how you do.
It just comes down to you have to catch them the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Some guys have a drop year because they've been on the Elites for over 5 years, so you get to drop your worst one out of that stretch or whatever. And then some guys are second-year guys where their volatility or positivity is back and forth because you only have 2 years to go off of to improve or have a worse average.
Cliff,
The Justin Atkins one, the Justin Atkins one stuns me. Justin Atkins has to catch them the rest of the season to stay on the Elite Series. Am I right on that, Ronnie?
And every day that you don't catch them enough to be above the cut line, the next of it you have to catch them even better. And so at a certain point you'll have to string together 4 top 20s or 4 top, whatever it is. But
and they know, and that pressure gets to them. They start thinking about them.
That's why some of them honestly start to struggle more because that's all they're thinking about,
Big event for Justin Atkins when we go to Pickwick in a couple weeks.
Yeah. Blue Trophy would help out there.
Prince back in the
Blue
lead with that
trophies
fish.
are fun.
Yeah.
3-pounder did put him back in the lead, Such. Out there kind of by himself. Sort of an anomaly out here on Lake Fork for sure, and he'll take it. That's the veteran Cliff Prince back on top of the leaderboard. And the favorite coming in here, the hometown favorite, Livesey. Said yesterday he was gunning for the 4-day record.
Yeah. He's been saying that for months, that the top 10 would all get 100 pounds and that if it stayed low, I don't know if he meant 7 or 8 feet low or if the 5.5 feet still meets that criteria for him, but if it was low water, the ability to break that 132-pound mark would be there. And so he would have called his shot since April, you know, if it works out.
At the Classic, he told me all 10 are going to get over 100 pounds, and the record could go down.
Hey, Such, looking at this Humminbird bird's eye view, you made a comment that
I see him over there.
he did some free diving.
There's a
18
megawatt of
to
them down there, Jake.
28
That wasn't
feet of
ours.
water.
Down in the Marianas Trench.
Yeah, well,
He jumped in and got a client's fish that was hooked up on a tree, and he brought it up. And there's a picture of him all wet coming out of the water. And he's hooked up.
Got it.
Right now.
Number 2, little fatty. If those fish stay, I'm gonna get right real quick. My Humminbird Mega 360 just showed me what's really there. All right.
Ready to go when you are.
You ain't no Orville, but you gonna work today.
Come on now, get on out of here.
5'7", 5'7", 5'7" Bassmaster. Look at that little Lake Fork fatty.
Feel like Lee misses Orville, Tommy.
Mm-hmm. Let them fish stay
I do.
there.
Don't we all? Yeah.
Get right real quick.
It's a 5'6" and a 5'7" for Lee
little
Livesey so
hair.
far.
I don't know yet. I'm gonna see if they're what it looks like on my 360 first. I don't know if I pulled them, pushed them, or what. I better get in the back, yeah. Hey, like 30 of them came out of those trees when I got close. I have no idea.
Make a quick move, get a little bonus coverage here from a man who has scaled the heights here successfully multiple times. Patrick Walters out there trying to get it done today. Patrick, if you can hear us, kind of give us the lay of the land and how it's shaping up for you so far today and what your outlook is for success today.
You know, I stuck to my guns. I did the same thing I did yesterday. It's what I like doing. I'm throwing a topwater, throwing a jerkbait, shallow points right now. Actually, I caught a couple fish yesterday on my second spot, like obvious point, and I caught 6 fish there, so nothing was over 2 pounds. I went there today, and I've already caught 7 or 8 fish off of it, and we started off with 17 pounds. That's kind of how I expected yesterday to go. We just didn't get the right bites yesterday, and that's how it goes. I got 2 good ones, and we got 3 we need to call out. We got all day. The wind's blowing. I feel good about it. We got the energy today. We just got to go fishing. Hey, we're just going to get that right bite, but we're just going to stick to our guns. We're going to power fish today. We're going to the pig pen now.
Patrick, seems like you might have had one of those energy drinks that gets you a little revved up so far today. Knowing you've got a little bit of catch-up ball to do, will you adjust it all or absolutely same game plan as day number 1, Patrick Walters?
Same game plan. I know I'm around the right fish. I'm in the right area. I know what to do. I know how to catch them. It didn't happen yesterday. And that's fishing. You just don't catch fish every single day. Even if you know you're throwing the right fish. That's not how it goes. So I did not change a thing. I didn't change my baits. I'm out here with the same game plan. We're going to run new water, different water, but we're just going to go fishing. Do the same thing. Have fun for the day. I mean, you just got to let the fish do the talking. And at Lake Fork, you got to fish the moment.
Patrick Walters got the arrow pointed in the right direction today. He's a busy guy. We'll let him fish on. Yeah, he is going 100% right now. And Patrick Walters back into the top 10 as we speak right now. There he is in 8th place.
Tommy, totally just self-admitted. You know, you get one of those bite windows with the... No, I'll stop that. We'll get to that later on. Honestly, good comeback.
We'll circle back around that. I'm so sure. Cliff Prince back on top, the Florida boy who should feel at home here in the state of Texas. He's a big-time rodeoer. He's got that in his background as well. We'll talk about that and more when we come back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
The goal was to develop a big area with lots of solid surface parking, some good deep water access, restrooms, and a nice venue area that could hold a mass gathering of people and still have ingress, egress for safety. We've got a large parking area, 6-lane boat ramp. You can see our 6-lane boat ramp that's been completed. There'll be 3 floating loading docks, courtesy docks for boaters to use. And if you look across the cove, the grassy area, there will be about an 8,000 square foot open air pavilion for tournaments and gatherings. So we're looking forward to hosting a lot of tournaments and the high school boys and girls fishing clubs, local tournaments, the Bassmasters, and any other events. The facilities will be available for weddings, reunions, other community gatherings, but our primary focus was the large tournament facilities. We hope to wrap up this final phase of construction in the next 6 months. So by the end of 2022, we're looking forward to having these facilities available to the public for tournaments, for reunions, weddings. So we'll look forward to opening up to the public, and we hope our local lake community enjoys these facilities that our board has worked hard to provide for our lake area.
This place is truly a national treasure from the very moment it went on the drawing boards. Back 40 years ago, 40 to 50 years ago, it was all about bass fishing. It was set up that way. The state of Texas continues to manage it uncompromisingly so that it is this great, great resource that it is. We are so thankful to be fishing here, to have the opportunity. We follow the rules to the letter because that's what's the key to success in a place like this.
Great looking setup though there for tournaments, man. Holy cow. It looked like Green Pond Landing right there. Taking a look at Lake Fork right here. Going to get back up to Lee Livesey. Believe he's got 3 good ones in his live well, or not his live well, but he's weighed so far.
Yeah. Until I get right. Unless they just disappear from the planet, but they're using the same piece they were yesterday, and I saw how many were in there on my 360. There's a bunch of them. They might have just swam like right there, but I don't want to throw there with this hair jig because that tree's under the water right there. That's an old fence line right there, and the road bed connects right here to my right. We're sitting on a high spot and it drops off right where that fence and that road meets. They're sitting right where they usually sit where the boat is. Small bass. Feels weird catching a small one. We still gonna weigh them, get that scale out. I'm about to tune you up before noon. Here we go, ready? Yep. 3-pounder, maybe?
Almost, you almost, no, that's 215.
215. Small little Lake Fork bass. Make me feel better at life at least.
Makes you can get another one to get rid of.
It shows me that they're gonna keep feeding out of those trees where I want them to, is what it showed me. Like I said, this spot's not just like all hammers or anything.
Lee Livesey is, he's made 1 cut so far in our season so far. He's going to make the cut here. I think we can pretty much book that for sure. But he has secured his place in the Classic by his win at the at Ross Barnett at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open there. So he's off the hook for that.
Had a big bass, I think 25 pounds on day 1 of that Open there.
Incredible for that place, yeah. Back out to Cliff Prince, veteran.
Tommy find this interesting when he found these fish during day one of practice. Now that I got my days straight right here, never fished these fish. Saw him on his front-facing sonar and just made sure they were there every single day throughout practice. Said they have not left in many, many days. Did not press them very hard yesterday. Not a very big one right there for Cliff Prince. Another thing, everything that he put on the scale in his boat yesterday, every one of them were post-spawn fish, a lot of bloody tails. So if those fish would have had a little bit of pre-spawn or a little bit of summertime gut on them, that they would have scared that high 30s mark.
Pounds, 13 ounces, Cliff.
What's our smallest one now?
2 pounds, 13 ounces.
Okay.
Was not a giant there for Cliff Prince, but that was a fantastic topwater bite.
Gonna get rid of his 115.
A little bonus coverage coming up right now from Brandon Polinick, having a great day so far. Up above 20 pounds. We'll watch him in action here.
Wow.
He's got a 6'8" and everything else over 3. Called a little bit ago with a 312.
Get a very, very good look at where Brandon Polinick's at right there. Probably didn't burn all that much gas this morning. BMC on point. Started pretty early for Brandon Polinick, and we got to hear that with a lot of the leaders from day number one. Massive, massive amounts of flurries, catching them in one area. That's what we got to see with Lee Livesey. Exactly what Gerald Swindle did yesterday, and we got to see that a little bit so far today with Brandon Polinick officially with 20 pounds, 6 ounces in our top 3. BMC on point. Brandon Polinick, day number 2, Bassmaster Live.
And he is, as we learned earlier today, now our leader, Progressive Angler of the Year points for 2022. Former AOY champion, 2017.
One in a mat, you ain't got 0 power. Flipping mats is the same way. You can't get them up. People think, like, well, it sounds good. It don't move. You ain't gonna do nothing with him. You just at his mercy till he gives in.
I don't know what he is, but I got him. He feels little.
No, I still got him.
I still got him, but he feels little. He got a little bigger then.
Oh, he's pretty juicy.
He's pretty juicy. Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
I couldn't tell what I had. Between the limbs and the trees, dude, they look like all cookie cutters.
All right, scale 0.
We'll try moving it behind the console.
Oh, he's touching everything. Hang on. There we go. Oh. He's gonna be real close to the rest of them. His tail's trying to touch, lifting. There we go. He's working you over.
4.
He's touching just
4.6.
4.6. I knew he was fat. I couldn't tell what I had in there though when he was back here in them bushes. I'm like, he took off running to me, and it's funny we was just talking about that because he ran straight to me. So I'm whining, and then he run into a tree, and I'm like, well, I'm back to the daggum DUI roadblock here. Then he swam out of it. I'm like, well, all right, boys. Let's get us one more, then we'll be pushing 20. We'll be getting where we need to be.
Oh, he's having a time out there, Tommy. Just having a time.
Absolutely. Always is, Gerald Swindle. Can't stop listening to that guy. He's always got something to offer. He's always got good material. All right, time for Striker Daily Trivia. And as we did yesterday, we're going to focus as much as we can on this week when we're saluting Ray Scott. And of course, we should salute him every week of the year. He means so much to the sport that we love. Here's the question today. Ray Scott contributed to the passage of 1972's Clean Water Act by filing approximately how many anti-pollution lawsuits? Think about that right there. Was it 75? Was it 100 lawsuits? 150 lawsuits? If it was 200, how did he have any time to do anything else? We'll have the answer when we come back.
The Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
We recycle the bass we catch in these tournaments. We have our sport, but we don't hurt the fishing of the future. Over 95% of the tournament's 291 fish go back into the lake, safe and sound.
Catch and release, just one of the conservation efforts of Ray Scott. You think about everything he did, all those lawsuits he filed, the pollution he stopped. Think of what our bass population would be like if Ray hadn't come along. There would be significantly less bass, and the efforts of the states following along with that type of thinking has made such a difference. Our Striker Daily Trivia question, you'll remember, Ray Scott contributed to the passage of 72's Clean Water Act by filing approximately how many anti-pollution lawsuits? He was at 75, 100, 150, or 200?
Tommy, I'm going to go out on the limb here and say it's going to be a big number. I'm going to go 200.
All right, Ronnie?
I'm with him.
I'll just be a contrarian and say 150. That's a lot either way. Let's see what you guys are absolutely right on.
What was the actual number they
Tommy,
think, Such? It was not as round of a number as 200. I think it was like 228 or something like that, 218.
Yeah, it's up there over 200. It's approximate how many he actually filed, but there was a lot of work.
You know, Tommy, I heard Mercer bring this up yesterday. You talk about conservation, catch and release, obviously caring about our waters and boat safety. I mean, all of those big topics, but I heard Mercer talk about this. And I dove into it when I was at Ray's house. That dude had a wild eye for fashion.
Oh, he did?
I mean,
nobody who since then in this world has dressed out so slick as Ray did. I mean, he looked fine.
Like a Southern Liberace. No, really, if you can get away with tassels, leather and denim combined, but you got something going, you got something going that I look up to.
You got the look, no doubt about it.
I'd pay for that show. Hey, we got a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert. Brian New with a 7-pound 1 ounce, biggest of the day so far.
We got Cliff Prince still on top, our day one leader.
Yeah, a little bit lighter today.
Yeah,
a little bit lighter today than he was yesterday. Obviously, seeing we talked about consistency was going to be so hard to duplicate here. You even see Lee Livesey at this time yesterday. He is about wrapping up his day.
Yeah.
Z, you talked to Cliff Prince. He said on the weigh-in stage that he had 25 pounds off of one spot before moving to his next area, and then obviously moving up to 32.5. I mean, did he stay on that spot till 10, 11 a.m. in one spot, or was it like an hour?
No. That first spot that he was on, he caught 10 fish that brought him past 20 pounds, and then culled on one other shallow spot.
I wish we had a little more weight.
He left both spots.
I know
they
there's
were
20
still
pounds
biting.
sitting there, but.
Well, Brian New had 23 pounds on day one. He just added
bite today is
5.3 to get in our top 10 to his 7.1. He's in 7th place.
Yeah. We've caught some this morning, not quite as big as what I'd like, but past the start, we haven't been to a couple of places where the big ones were yesterday, so y'all stay in touch and keep watching. We'll catch some big ones later.
Will do.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff, of course, the hometown favorite when we go to a place that is very, very different from Lake Fork, but a strong fishery nonetheless, the St. Johns River.
We got to mention him yesterday because we were talking about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and picking the local favorites. He is, other than Lee Livesey, was the biggest shoe-in to do well on his home body of water because of his track record of the St. Johns.
Yes.
This year, caught a lot of people off guard. Caught himself off guard probably, didn't catch them nearly as good, but like 65% ownership percentage for fantasy fishing at St. John's.
Man.
And the only time I've ever seen that topped was this week, Lee Livesey, like 70 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean 70%.
Cliff's best performance of the year actually was at our last stop, Tennessee, Chickamauga.
Cliff's done well on a lot of different bodies of water than you would expect over his career. He did really well at Lake St. Clair, cranking out in the middle of the B.A.S.S as well. Some Florida and Texas events.
Prince of Palatka. He owns a porta potty business down there.
Is it the connection with the throne, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, Such is just obsessed with feces. No, I'm just kidding.
Hold on.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. Set up a roadblock. All right, B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. There's our guy, Davey Height. And Davey, yesterday, Lee Livesey told us he wasn't really going to catch anything. Anything before noon was going to be a bonus, and it turns out he caught everything pretty much before noon. As you watched the weigh-in and kind of did the mental arithmetic, what was the most productive day part out there yesterday, and what do you think it's going to be today?
Yeah, Tommy, you nailed it. I think the most of the anglers that I talked to really were surprised yesterday morning that they did so well in the morning. The general consensus has definitely been that you could catch your biggest bulk of your weight would be from about 11 o'clock on until weigh-in. And yesterday morning was really surprising. You shouldn't be surprised we are on Lake Fork, but a lot of the anglers, Cliff Prince, I mean, he had 25 pounds in the first 30 minutes, caught two really big ones that helped him a lot just before weigh-in, but a lot of the weights were caught yesterday morning. I think it's more like what the anglers anticipated here this morning, a little bit slower, but I really think the fishing should get better in the afternoon. Yesterday was just, they bit really well early on. Here's one thing, though. The wind has been blowing. It blew yesterday. It's been blowing about the same, but they're calling for higher winds. But really, in the last 5 or 10 minutes, the wind has picked up a lot. And I mean, that could certainly change some things for the guys that are offshore.
Davey, one of the things, and it's Lake Fork, it's Lake Gunnersville, it's Santee. There was a photo gallery yesterday, and Ronnie, I don't know who put this photo gallery together, but it was of Chris Johnston, and there was other competitors, there was locals, and it almost looked like a walleye tournament as close as the boats were fishing together. Are you seeing, look, besides, look, a lot of our anglers are fishing near each other. Is there a lot of local pressure on the lake as well, or are you not seeing as much as maybe you thought you would have?
Yeah, Z, that's a great question because, like you mentioned, there's some lakes like this. Guntersville comes to mind for sure. If you're fishing a 4-day event there, you know that there are going to be locals fishing around you every single day. There are a few locals out, but not as many as maybe I would have expected. People plan their vacations to come here in this area to fish Lake Fork, and there's always going to be some people here, but it's really not as many people fishing as I thought. I did see some of those pictures like you're talking about, but that's just been kind of the exception rather than the rule. Not a lot of fishermen out here other than the elite anglers, but you do see a lot of those fishing the same areas. With the mapping that we have now and with the electronics like we have, that's just something that you're going to have to deal with if you're fishing offshore from now on. I think you're going to have to understand that you're going to be fishing, sharing those areas with other anglers.
Davey, taking a look at what Brandon Polinick has done so far today, very, very solid day right now, officially 24 pounds, 3 ounces. Can you kind of break down where he and Drew Cook are? What is it that's there?
Well, they're obviously off of the dam just a little ways, and there's a deep channel that comes in there and makes a turn where they're fishing. But what I really enjoyed watching them this morning, Brandon Polinick and Drew Cook are acting like they're best buddies, and there's one on my graph, or there's one on my side image, and they're fishing all around one another. They're casting across one another, but they're waiting till one gets out of the way. It's really, really encouraging to see them, and two great anglers, two very competitive anglers for sure, to see them get along, and they're able to both fish that area, and different anglers like to handle things different ways. Some anglers like, I'm here, I'm going to fish it. You can have it when I leave. But what they're doing has really worked out for both of them today. Brandon Polinick using everything from a drop shot, a spoon, a crankbait, a jig. He's using a lot of different baits, just working those fish. But we'll just have to see. It's a big area. A lot of those fish live up and down that damn area if they move around and if that place can stand. But those are two very good fishermen that are basically going to sit on that for multiple days in a row all day long. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep catching those fish. And in the meanwhile, you see John Cox just casting right to the bank along the dam area there, fishing a top water lure, and he's catching, I saw him catch a 6-pounder also. So absolutely amazing the number of fish in some of these areas.
Hey, Davey, I eerily remember a championship you won back in the day on a frog, and you all almost built little small picket fences to make a barrier. But you were getting along, but it was just, as you say, you handled it a little bit differently.
Yeah, we really did, and I remember that tournament well. And it was me and another angler, and he was known not to share water very well, and we just had to make a truce, and we drew a line like, hey, I won't go past this, and you don't go past that, and a lot of money on the line, and we kept our words, and I won by just ounces. But different, like I said, different anglers like to work things out in different ways. I don't know if, in my career I would have done exactly what Brandon Polinick and Drew Cook are doing, but it's definitely working out good for them.
Davey, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Davey, hi. Dave and Davey, along with Dave Mercer, will be handling the whole show from on site here in a couple of hours' time. We look forward to that in a big way. And Davey Hyde, of course, the winner of 8 Bassmaster championships, 2 Angler of the Year titles, and a classic as well. In our neighboring state of Louisiana, there's a new BFA, Brian New. Man, he's moving up.
7.5 and a 6.3 finishes limit. He's got 27 pounds today. Biggest bag. He's in second place. 5 ounces back of Brandon Polinick, who just landed that 6.8 to get up to 24. 6.13. Sorry.
Yeah, Brian New kind of going off today.
Hey, guys, I will say, the fact that Polinick and Cook are working well together speaks volumes that you can come back from a bad interaction with someone to do something and work together, because if we remember Santee Cooper, day one, I watched her from the hospital. Cook ran by Polinick a little too close, and they had a conversation after the weigh-in, and they talked it out, and now they're together. And it could have been bad if they never had that conversation.
Best buddies now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now they know where they should run or should not run.
Yeah, just fishing around the corner from each other that whole tournament.
Polinick and New, both over 50 pounds.
A little windy, a little blustery out there today. Davey Hyde says it's going to possibly get even a little bit more so. A little more extreme as we move into the afternoon. We're into the second quarter, if you look at this day as a game now. Into the third hour of fishing. And Brandon Polinick, our leader, the Progressive Angler of the Year points, is the man on top. And Brian New, a big, big move today. Could be his best tournament of the year so far. We'll be right back. You know, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs reminds us this is Mental Health Month, and they've got something going called Veterans Know, which features veterans from all different sorts of backgrounds, situations, experiences, sharing their experiences and letting it know, getting the word out there that no matter what you may be facing in terms of mental health challenges, there are people who understand. Help is available. There's a common experience among all veterans, and emphasizing that to show that there's a pathway to better mental health. If you want to learn more about that, you want to go to maketheconnection.net. That's where you can hear about Veterans Know. That's going on right now this month, and will continue from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Back to the action now. Your second quarter of action here on Lake Fork. Very important day, moving day. Only 47 will fish on, and you want to be here to fish on day number 3 in this incredible place known as Lake Fork. It'll be a little less crowded, maybe a few more opportunities will open up, but today, very important, you got to push through into that top 47. Brandon Polinick on top of that leaderboard. Brandon Polinick moving into the top as well in our Angler of the Year, our Progressive Angler of the Year stats, and big move by Brian Newsney.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. And really, of all the anglers we have cameras on right now, only 2 of them hanging in the top 10. Talked about consistency. Well, why don't you take a look at Brian News' 1 hour flurry, and that is what we have seen so far on Lake Fork. We talked about just really magical moments that can happen. Well, Brian New having one of those so far today. And here's the scary thing. You look at what he caught at 807 at 1 pound 4 ounces. Brian New has a lot of room to grow already, sitting on 27 pounds and officially in second place right now, back out on the water right now with, I believe we're getting out with Gerald Swindle, who has squatted one little 20-yard stretch all day long so far. And pretty much he said everything's been a cookie cutter, no giants like yesterday, but a solid day so far for Swindle.
Still waiting for his weights to post, but we've seen him catch a good, pretty good bag of fish so far, somewhere around 16 pounds. They have a signal problem out there for the phone from the marshal that reports that.
Yeah, he should be about 6th place.
Yeah, and people will ask how it's official, if we're saying this is official this week. Bass Track is close as it can be to official. The official thing is still a scorecard that they're writing the stuff down on when they weigh those fish.
You know, New got to 27 pounds. Polinick, right after that, Cold with a 5.5 pounder, got up to 27.7 today. He's at 54 total, 54 even.
As he pointed out, that 1.25 pounds that New's got in his life, he just catches a middling keeper here, and he's at 30, you know.
Well, we saw how, at times, how difficult that can be for Lake Fork with Lee Livesey last year, having 25 plus on day 1. And had a 2-pounder in his bag. You know, he gets rid of that.
One of them brim beds, and he'll say, "Hey, what's that?"
Slow day for Hackney.
Yeah.
A lot of what Hackney caught yesterday and put on the scale pretty much came with a big plug. Listening to him and some of the post-game interviews he did, and boy, a lot of that was in the same arm, same creek as Gerald Swindle's in, and he just said that is not going to be doable today.
Hackney and Swindle, you see them together. They're both having a good years for points. Swindle 11th place, Hackney in 12th. Of course, those two always, pretty much always up there near the top at the end of any given year.
Yeah, looking at that progressive angler of the year, other than the obvious of the Brandon Poliniks of the world who have proven it up north as well, I would keep my eye on David Mullins. Doing well this week. Has done well so far this year, obviously. But then Pickwick next week is really going to be doing one of his favorite things with the ledge fishing in Tennessee Rivers, graphing.
Sure.
And then he's done very well at the St. Lawrence, made top 10s there before.
Oh. Oh. Heavens.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's about the only way to do it, you know? What'd you have him on a Carolina rig?
Everybody's friendly and getting along, having a time.
There's a bunch on that hole over there, but you can't get over. Yeah.
Mullins started the day with a decent one, 4.5 almost, and just hasn't found much after that.
And he caught that one on a bigger worm, and that's something he didn't weigh a fish in on yesterday. Is 5 fish. Talked to him about that, and he said most of them came on a big
I've
plug,
lost a lot
cranking.
of money right here.
And then
I've lost a lot of money
he did
right
throw
here.
some of that metal, you know, threw a spoon around some.
10XD, 6XD, spoon, Carolina rigs. I fished it early and didn't catch nothing. I came back about 10:30 and caught a few. I never did fish it after that. I found them the third day at like 10 o'clock. Yep. I don't know. Just a disaster. Feel like I'm playing Apex. I don't even know how this happens. It's like I don't know. Let's see, that's around that. That looks like it's what needs to happen. I don't know.
David Mullins chatting with Brandon Cobb, who is not having the experience he had in 2019 here so far.
That's kind of probably hard to duplicate that.
Yep.
Mullins is not experiencing the day he had yesterday. One fish only.
True.
falling to 21st place.
I really think guys like Livesey, though, yesterday, I think he was pretty surprised that he had 32 pounds by, he had that by our midday break, 11 o'clock, where
Shane had a good bag.
Coming into this tournament, him and guys like Combs absolutely said later day was going to be when the meat got on the scale.
He said he caught some on top stuff.
No.
Yeah.
Make sure my hook's got a point on it.
Humminbird bird's eye view of Gerald Swindle has made the exact same cast all morning long. Little hard spot from 8 to 12 feet of water. A lot of bluegill beds, he said, surrounding that hard spot. And again, he hasn't caught really anything like you got to see yesterday off of that area, but pretty much everything he sets the hook on is a 4-pounder.
The one thing that's different,
Swindle
he's hooked up.
Don't you jump off me. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Good God, he's a slippery joker. He's a slippery joker. And the wind is howling. All right, I'm gonna parachute out for you.
That's actually working.
Thought you said it was working.
3 pounds.
Hang on, I'm gonna take my hands off.
£3. 6 ounces.
36. We're getting there.
We think that's 5 fish, right, Such, for Swindle?
Yeah, oh yeah, and he's probably got at least 16 pounds. He should be like in sixth place, about 45 pounds total.
And we'll figure out what's going on there and try to get those plugged in.
Yeah, thank you.
The old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Tommy, I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio sponsored by Marathon for a little bit of Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing to explain an aspect. We look at the leaderboard and we see the top weights, and that's where you want your fantasy team to be living there. But at Lake Fork, any cast can get you the fish of a lifetime, and it can get you some bonus points for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. And looking over the years, this is the 4th time we've ever been at Lake Fork for the Elite Series. 4th year in a row, obviously. We've been in April, we've been early May. This year we're late May, and we've also been in the fall. But looking at the big bass, that's 40 bonus points. If you have an angler, maybe he's not doing so hot. Maybe he's middle of the pack, not at the top of the leaderboard, but he can catch a big bass and get you 40 extra points, which basically puts him up there with the leaders points-wise. This week, it's Gary Klaus, 8 pounds, 10 ounces. We expect that to get beaten. And I'm looking back over the years, I was a little shocked to see we have only had one double-digit fish weighed in a Lake Fork event. That was Brandon Cobb's 11-1 in 2019 when he won. He had 37-15 on that day. And 9.9 for Seth Fighter in 2020 and 9.13 last year for Clifford Perch. So maybe we'll see a 10-pounder. A lot of these fish, we saw more fish weighed in, though, across the stage because they're over 24 inches. A lot of long post-spawn fish. 3 of them were 8-pounders. Maybe we'll see a 9-pounder and get in that range today. Then when we also look at the big bass bonus, if you get the big bag bonus, if you get the biggest limit of the week, a biggest weight of the week, then you can get 40 bonus points as well. Cliff Prince 32.5. Past years we've been here in the fall, Patrick Walters 29.6, but every other year it's taken upper 30s or low 40s to get the biggest bag of the event. Brandon Cobb, like I mentioned, 37.15, and Lee Livesey's bag last year, 42.3, was the third biggest limit in Bassmaster history. Saw 32.5 today. We've seen Brian New up there with heavy 20s today. Maybe gets rid of that 2-pounder or so, that 1-pounder, and he will have over 30 today, possibly too, Z.
Ronnie, you were talking yesterday that you felt that fantasy fishing was so much harder than any other of the fantasy sports that are out there. I want to break down your year in Cliff Notes. Is it a rebuilding year that you're in right now? And what is the deal?
No, I think what it was, you have your initial draft lineup at the beginning of the year, and you want to start out strong, but you also don't want to break the bank maybe. So I played a little conservative early. So it's been a catch-up year. I've been getting better every single event, but I did make a faulty mistake. I did not pick Lee Livesey this week, but we will see if Austin Felix can rebound and get some points today. I had to let him know, hey, Austin, I picked you over Lee Livesey, and you came in 89th for me. I need you to do a little better. And he said, will do. So, yeah, it's not a rebuilding year at all. Sometimes the king has to take a little step back and put it all in perspective.
Wow! We should all follow your example, Ronnie. Getting better with every passing week. Yes, absolutely. Ronnie Moore, some good fantasy info for us there, and some good history and perspective for what we're seeing during the second day of competition here. The Simms Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, and we have more to come.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Simms Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
Oh my! Woo! Let's go! A giant. Look at how tall this frickin' fish is.
Just a record-shattering beatdown, Patrick Walters back in 2020, putting it on him. It's a rescheduled Lake Fork event. This is the 4th trip to Lake Fork for our Bassmaster Elite. Guys, what a treat to come to this place and get to watch the best in the business do what they do. We are not even yet to the halfway point of our day. Lee Livesey out there, 32 pounds plus on day number 1. A little bit slower
you
start.
Kind of say, yes, that's what you would say. But again, he was so far ahead of his clock yesterday, Tommy. We talked about it. He just did damage early, hooked up live here again with Lee Livesey.
Watch out. I'm going to get right where you're at. No, I'm not. Little 6-cent hybrid jig with a net bait. Old school pocket crawl, baby. 5-pounder.
Blind 5-pounder.
Boy, when he gets that look in his eye when he lands them lately. I mean, I thought he was going to take a crack at Orville yesterday.
We located Orville, didn't we, for today?
5-5.
Jay Young.
Got us one more we needed on the old jig.
Was about 5.6, a 5.7, and a 5.5 today so
Chris
far.
Tornado through here.
Along with
Ronnie, to get into fantasy terms, floors and ceilings, it kind of seems like Livesey's floor is going to be 25 pounds every day.
Yeah, pretty high floor for being honest.
Yes.
On 4 fish, he's got 19-1, but Polinick just called up to 28-11. He's still 4-3 back, and Jay Yellis, Orville's weighing some big fish with Jay Yellis, who's in 8th place after a 6-11 and a 5-2. 4 fish.
I mean, they're working Orville like a rented mule.
Absolutely. He can carry the weight.
Yeah. As Swindle would say, go on now. Go on.
Go on. You just go
on. Go on now.
How about?
That one might help. If we get her in. Oh, shit. Fish fighting skills are awful today. There we go. Now we're getting there. I didn't catch them here yesterday. Mm-mm.
Whoa, Sally.
You good?
Yes, sir. £4, 10 ounces.
Getting there now.
Yes, sir.
Almost a 2-pound cull.
Yep. Oops, sorry. I dropped everything, didn't I?
Well, it's been a little bit slower day for Cliff Prince, Tommy Sanders. Big call right there. Going to give him 2 more pounds. Going to start sniffing, sneaking around that 20-pound mark. Marathon peak performance, obviously coming off of a dazzling day 1 performance over 32 pounds yesterday. Kind of surprised all of us. I made the comment before we went live. I think it surprised Cliff Hayes, Tommy Sanders. Prince,
I think you mean.
Yeah. Marathon peak performance so far today, like we said, a little bit off of the pace of yesterday's catch. Cliff Prince really utilizing 3 different areas so far in a very popular area of Lake Fork, and stunningly, no company in an area that we have covered so many competitors in years past. Seems like his shallow water areas are reloading with a lot of time to do work. Marathon peak performance, it's a long one. Getting it done with a Carolina rig, a square bill, top water bait.
Junk fishing 101.
Marathon peak performance. Junk fishing 101. Cliff Prince. Needed him to catch him in this event. Getting it done so far today with a lot of room to grow. Marathon peak performance.
That last one was really good for the Central Florida Bass Pro and rodeo guy, competitive, team roper extraordinaire.
I like that fun fact more than the porta potty fun fact. So thank you for bringing up his rodeo pass. Yeah. We've got a couple former rodeo guys over the years that have been on the elite.
Absolutely. There's a natural connection somehow. I can't figure it out.
I know it, but I can't say it.
Man, old Ricky just fell over at home with the Rona. They'll be like, Ricky's sick, but he all right.
I will say Joe,
my daughter is
Marshall Joe has been tuned up 2 days in a row. Once by Seth Fighter, and we got Marshall Joe is with Livesey today. So he has gotten the pressure cooker of 2 live cameras as a Marshall. And he's performing well, I think.
These Marshalls are tough.
No, not easy. The ones that went to the hospital come out in bad shape. We have a girlfriend of ours that got it like she's 42.
Wonder how that DM box was for Joe after hanging with Seth
word
yesterday.
from Quitman yesterday was that he was single when he left the dock on day 1, and he is not single leaving the dock on day 2, probably.
I don't know if he's got her or what.
That's getting after
the ladies' man of Marshalls hooked up.
Same exact bite. It is a big one. Same bite, just lost it. When they're doing that, when they're swimming off with it like that, it means there's more around them. They eat it and they swim off. He's swimming right at me away from that school. Just don't know why I'm not getting a quicker bite. About to throw that big worm in there, just see if they want just a little different something.
You guys got to back off these judges. Last year, Holly Keene was with Lee Livesey on his record day, and she feels like she's a part of Bassmaster history, being there for that.
She is.
Well, yeah.
Such.
Oh,
We're
well,
not.
yeah,
why should we back off,
Such?
Such? We're only having fun with them. We're not being mean. We're having fun.
These guys, they're doing
I razz you.
down.
I razz you. What are we talking about? Just kidding.
No, how? No, it's been on the water and in studio, evidently. Gone now, both of y'all. Gone.
Yeah, gone. I've caught your
Wouldn't
line
be the
one
first
too
time.
many times.
I want to crank it so bad, and just know I'm gonna hook that tree. Try to slow play him if I can.
A lot of one cast spots we're seeing today, Tommy. You notice that?
Mm-hmm. Gerald Swindle was the one you brought up earlier.
Absolutely.
And they wouldn't be sitting there doing it if they didn't think it would pay off, and so it had.
Z, do you think when Lee Livesey talks about showing up in areas and making his presence known, you were talking about that with Davey, so that anglers in that region know, hey, this is my intent to fish here, and so when they show up in later days that they aren't shocked or surprised?
It's exactly what it is.
Yes. Do
Ronnie.
you think Lee Livesey gets a little bit more leash from other anglers when he rolls into a spot? Because he has a lot more eyes. People know where he's at, but when he rolls into a spot, I feel like the other 91 elites, they respect everyone, but they're going to respect him a little bit more on if he wants to get somewhere. Just like if a Buddy Gross rolls up at Chickamauga, you know what I'm saying? Like some of the, like... Basically, I'm saying is Lee Livesey's not looking at other pros to see where they're fishing. If he rolls up there, it's because he wants to roll up there.
Yes.
Yes.
Here's what it would tell me. Wow, I found a really good spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a bass.
Lee, I'll let you fish here if you let me follow you to one of your other spots, and then we'll share that one too.
I'd love to catch a bass that big.
Every bargain, somebody gets something they want.
Yeah, what if Lee's just doing a little head faking though, Ronnie? Just going to spots and hanging out, letting people see him in the wrong areas.
No, I don't think.
Practice type of thing.
I don't know if that's it.
One more cast with a jig. Then I'm gonna crank it until I get hung up, break the crankbait off, throw a big worm in there, then I'll switch sides. See if they moved around on me a little bit. Yesterday they weren't that far out. Might want that big worm. I'll catch them on that big Magnum shaky head. Hog farmer.
It's a really good look at that forest, and pretty much all looks the same from above the water at your Humminbird bird's eye view, but it's really what's under the water and little, especially where Swindle's at. And there was a lot of big stringers caught there yesterday from Swindle to Mullins to Palma throughout that region of the lake. Hackney did a lot of damage offshore yesterday. Very, very, very similar above the water, but under the water, really isolated sweet spots. And as we said, Swindle's is it's about a 20-yard sweet spot. Humminbird bird's eye view, Gerald Swindle.
He calls it a rough spot, Z. What does that mean in terms of Lake Fork? What would be on the bottom?
Basically, just a hard bottom, probably a little rubble, little shell. And, you know, with that hard bottom, created an environment for a lot of bluegills to spawn. Said there's a lot of brim beds on the top of that crown, up in 8 to 9 feet of water.
Guarantee you there's a big one guarding that brim bed. I see some dots in it.
Wind maybe getting a little more insistent. Got a lot of predictions of increased wind from a pretty steady breeze that's been going for the past day and a half here, really. Brandon Palaniuk, though, the man on top of our Progressive Angler of the Year stats and the tournament, as it turns out right now, with a 3-pound advantage, 3-pound plus advantage over Lee Livesey. Brian New, big move up today. Cliff Prince hanging in there. We got more to come from Lake Fork. Just a moment.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
4 days of fishing on fantastic Lake Fork to determine our champion of the 5th event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Sims Bassmaster Elite here. Towards the end of the day, if you want to continue and get more points, get a chance maybe to fish on Sunday and win, you got to be in the top 47. Brandon Palaniuk sits atop the leaderboard right now, that 47 cut line. Going to be running somewhere between 35 and 40 pounds, you think?
Ooh, it was about 17 and a half yesterday. I mean, you have to think it might be 36, but with this wind, it could really affect the cut a lot more. Like they said, if it laid down, we could see better weights. I think it could affect some of those guys that had 15 to 18 pounds yesterday.
Before I hit that tree. Oh, that's a big one too, Jake. That can't be a bass. Got me in that tree is what it is.
You want me to go to the back?
I don't know yet. Got me in some line or something. Dang. I messed that whole school up.
Last time.
No way.
Worked again.
A replay?
Cannot believe that happened twice. How'd that happen twice? Thank you, Sunline. That is ridiculous what just happened again.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You're gonna be close to 5. That is ridiculous. Insane. Unreal, exactly. Thank you, Sunline.
Yeah. That's got to be at least 4 3/4.
She's close to 5, yeah.
She's got some eggs in my way.
That's ridiculous. Had me hung up forever. Yeah, gonna be all over 5.
Yep.
She's just so fat. Close. 413.
413.
413. Got me hung up again. 6 cents 300 DD. And thank you, Sunline, again. That's what's up. She had me on some kind of rope or something.
What is it phrase, Tommy? If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. I feel like that's too early on day 2 to say it, but dang.
Our new leader, 55 pounds, 14 ounces.
Oh, my goodness. Well, this
was
earlier, right?
Mercury Dare to Compare. Go ahead and take this one.
Yeah, I mean, if we're comparing these 2 fish catches from today, about a 5.5 pounder and almost a 5 pounder, basically spitting images of each other. Lee Livesey.
No way! Woo! Ain't no way.
Finding little lanes to throw his 6 cents 300 DD crankbait. But man, Tommy, when they start fighting, they will pull you into underwater trees that you can't see. Lee Livesey has had to get 2 different fish today that were hung up in the tree with his crankbait in his mouth, chased him down and was able to not only get his bait back, not break his line, but land 2 important fish, which, like Such said, now have him in the lead. So if we're comparing his luck to the rest of the field, I'd say that he's on the uptick compared to everybody else.
Yeah, pretty good odds that you're supposed to lose both of those bass and your crankbait. Lee Livesey landing both of them. Mercury Dare to Compare to basically 5 pounders. And when things are going right, they are just going right. Lee Livesey right now sitting with 23-14 officially with room to grow because he still has one just under 3 pounds. Mercury Dare to Compare.
And that last one was, was even scarier being in the side of the head. It was not in the mouth when it swatted at the crankbait. It could have been in the mouth and came off when it was attached to the tree, but.
Not big. I don't think he's bigger, but we'll try him. Might have just got the right angle.
Nope, 2.9. It's a little bit smaller than one.
I don't have to put it down or sign anything. Right.
Got to be 3 pounds to help Lee at this point.
He hit it, but I missed him.
Mark Frazier with a big fish. The Phoenix boat's big another day. It's 7 pound, 7 ouncer.
I got a small little window to reel him through, but I think it'll work if we can keep him fired up. Yeah. There he is, big one. Yeah. He's not giant, but he's bigger than what I got. Watch out, I'm gonna get right where you're at. Taking our DD.
You're going to keep catching them, and then you're going to stick a bigger one, aren't you?
Yeah, when she jumped on it, I thought she was a big one, but it's because I had her hooked under the chin. Be a close to 4. Big 3 if not. Yep.
Yep, you're right. 311.
311. 311, we got them fired up.
Small bag. 6 pounds.
Oh boy. It's going to be an afternoon with him, Tommy Sanders. It's going to be the rest of the weekend with that dude.
I think so. Lee Livesey definitely not going away. I mean, you know, those trees are one of the defenses these bass have against the anglers, and Lee's taking that away from them. They're going great. Great. Good news. Lee Livesey back on top there, 32 pounds plus on day number 1. Brandon Polinick in second place. Cliff Prince, our leader to start the day, he's hanging in there. Kind of left alone a little bit, which is a rarity, a rare treat here in this tournament here on Lake Fork. And there's much, much more to come. Dave and Davey coming up later with coverage from on-site.
The Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Bump it and let it float up and then pull it through.
As long as you feel it right before it gets there. Now, if I thought there was a fish in that tree, no. This is perfect right here where I'm standing. I want to be close to that trolling motor in case one goes left or right. This is why I moved up here. Like I can't believe, I caught her on this side, so she came straight through. Oh, man. I either hit one in the back or one hit it. Now I'm in that tree. I just felt it like go in between two limbs. So I got, there's not much room for error out there where I'm pulling those fish through. God, I just hit another one. Need to throw that hair jig in there. That big girl done fired the whole party up. Come on. Come on, Wig. Finally got those suckers fired up right here. Can't believe nobody else found this group. I say that I hadn't found it in 36 years till this week, which I don't ever look right here either. I can't believe one didn't destroy this thing. That one might get hung up. Come on, I know y'all can't stand this thing. Just talking to the fish, telling them I know they can't stand this thing. No way.
No way.
No way. Woo! Ain't no way. Thank you, Sunline America. That's 12-pound sunline. She had me wrapped up in that tree. Oh my gosh. Number 2, little fatty. Feels weird catching a small one. Oh, that's a big one too. No way.
Oh, crap.
Cannot believe that happened twice. 413 got me hung up again. 6 cents, 300 DD, and thank you, Sunline, again.
Ran up here to a little high spot that had a bunch of fish on it, but like I said, it'd been a few days and
It's gonna be a
there's
one-shot
no bait.
deal.
It was one of them places I didn't feel like we'd get fished, you know, by.
Oh, baby whale!
But I've caught a drum and a grinnell off of it. It's the only 2 bites I've had. We're fixing to run back down the lake and do something else. I'm gonna stay in, you know, and we'll fish from that first bridge to up here and just rotate around. I wish the wind wasn't so bad. There's just so many places out there that I want to fish. I just feel like I'd be wasting my time. I come back to this, I was like, well, I would take a chance on some of that stuff if I could catch a few. So I'm just kind of running stuff now, just trying to catch a few, get some fish. And then I'd go back out there and fight that wind. And there seemed to be less shad spawn this morning too. The couple of places that we did hit, there just wasn't much bait. It was like it was gone. I don't know where it would have went, but they don't really have a lot of option where we are. never got on this right here in practice. The shad were spawning there good, but there were 2 guys there fishing that big bass on Sunday, and I never came back up here after Sunday. I didn't really know exactly how it laid. It's deeper than I thought it was. We're moving on.
No, it was just like right in the joint of her mouth, but on the outside, like right where that bone connection, that jaw, like where she can flex and pull it out sometimes. All right. I was literally about to go up there and look at them. I think this crankbait's gone that time. I reeled it into that one on purpose, kind of just see if I could get a reaction. I'll kind of just float through them and see where they're at, see if I want to fish anymore and go on. Mullen's got on that shell bed. All right, where my trolling motor is. Definitely caught most of them, or busted most of them up. A couple is like still right there, and a couple in that tree. get out of here before anybody else sees me. Somebody else coming down the bank. That's Tyler. Tyler and Hank both in here just fishing together. Can't get away from each other. All right, let's go, Jake. Sound or just picture? All right. Well, we're going to lay in here about 20 more minutes. I've got close to 20 pounds. Getting really hard to hold the boat and get bites. But I'm going to drag this worm a little bit more, and then I may have, I don't know if I'll go check any more deep stuff or just start flipping trees, try to catch a big one or two.
What the hell's Gleason doing? He's just over here just throwing a drop shot around, just talking to people, acting like he's already got them. I don't think I turned that camera on all day. No.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Good stop. Huh? Yeah, the baby. That was a bite for sure, 100%. Just boom. See if he'll bite it again. know it ain't the only one there.
Begging. Gosh, I keep moving. God almighty.
And just like that, we back in the ball game. Huh?
It's 0. There we go. It's 0.
Come on now.
5:15.
0 that one more time.
It's 0.
I want a 6-pounder bad. Look at that. Oh, 5:15 3/4.
5:15.
5:15.
5:15. Good fish.
Nice one. On a dang worm. Figured it had been the other one there. Couldn't move it. Looks it. And we're moving on up to the sky. Please be just one more right there, and I believe we can go the rest of the day, catch another. I thought I was gonna have to come back there with you. Sucker about went right in the motor. No, I have been recording. It's been recorded. Think I'll get this hole again? Mm-hmm. We made the cut. I knew I had one. I had one bite that thing just a minute. Just missed it. That's probably the same fish. I couldn't believe I had a bite. I picked it up and I was like, almost feels like a bite. Sure enough, started swimming off. Same spot as that other one, just right. Just a hard spot. It's got one stump on it. Like really hard spot. I don't.
The scent.
You think you could, that makes soft plastic, you think you could like put them in a bag?
Yeah, and it doesn't swell your baits up like Max scent, or Gulp, I should say, does that. They've done a million tests. I've sat there and watched it, and they do it next to Max scent, and that stuff's better than Max scent. It's crazy. Yeah.
My hometown is where all that fish scent started.
Really?
Fish formula.
Yeah. In Fort Collins?
No, in Camden.
Oh, yeah. I was like, no. There's probably very few people in Fort Collins, Colorado that bass fish.
Not that many. But there's more than you think.
Really?
There's 4.
Well, we made a little move. We came back up closer to the takeoff in a place where I had some big bites on the buzz bait, and we're just gonna try this for a little bit. Just can't. I can't fish out there in that wind. I could if I got bit quick enough, but after a while out there, I start to lose my confidence in it. I can't fish efficiently, so I was like, we'll come do this for a little while, and then I'll make a decision. I'll probably stay shallow, honestly, the rest of the day. Cranking, flipping, or this particular area, the other morning they were real shallow in here on that buzz bait. I don't know what it's later in the day, but it still have good overcast. So.
Caught me a stick finally. It just felt heavy, I kept pulling it. That's gotta be a bass, ain't nothing else there. Got a little excited. We faked out the mix. Sorry, boys. The stick. I thought it was just coming right at me the whole time. Oh, he's got him one. Nice one. With a spinning rod. Play him out, son. Let him run. Of course, he had to come out here on this side of the bridge that we're on. Big. Look how he's gonna get him over. Get up in here. Get up in here. Some of that. We will not be outdone, Seth. You hear me? We will not. We won't be outdone.
It's bouncing.
Looks like 312.
312, 312. That's what it is.
There's another old Seth, huh? Give me some of that, Seth. We won't be outdone, Seth. You hear me? Mm.
Working on that bag.
One more, we got a pretty decent bag. Yeah, one more forward and we got 20. I don't lie. Same spot. It's gonna rain.
18 even.
Thank you, old bud. You can count. I can't do it.
No.
Ooh, there was a bite right there. He dropped it. Just thump. hard stuff right there. How long before he puts that back on?
I'd be leaving her
Soon as we leave his hole. Them's the kind of pants we need. Them's like breathable, dry looking stuff. I like it. Who makes that?
It's Frog Tops.
No, that. Your pants.
Oh, these here?
Yeah.
They can.
Good looking pants. Yeah, that's what made Frog Dogs right there. Sold millions and millions. I need to figure out the stroke here. I ain't paying attention.
You usually just one, that kind of deal. I'm not gonna move until Frank goes by me one way or the other, so he doesn't think I'm just trying to block him out or something. Come on, Big Frank. Get on through there. I got a feeling they might be like right where his boat is. Huh? I hope. There's usually a brim bed right there. There's a road bed right there where he's at. There's usually a brim bed pretty close. You can catch a big one off of during the day. You very well might push him out to me. You are right. look at each spot where I'm catching them. There's always timber, but every little spot there's a little open area. Not all of them, but 99% of them. There's a little. They don't want to eat in them trees. They want a dinner table, just like you don't want to eat in the mud. They want a little hard spot right there. Even like where that fence comes together, just they're eating in that little square where that fence and that road comes together on that spot way down there. All right, I just can't do it. Just can't sit there. Come on there, crank. Just kind of crank right here. I'll probably get hung up, but then I'm gonna just kind of float about halfway back to Frank and just fish that tree line. It's weird, like Taryn and the baby are staying with me, but I feel like I hadn't got to play with my baby all week just because I'm doing something constantly, you know, where it's tackle or getting gas or cleaning or cooking or something. I hadn't even got to enjoy it, you know. This week is the week I worked the most, just all the freaking interviews and crap about Fort in general. Which I'm totally fine with, don't get me wrong, I'm not griping. Hope we come back here every year for the rest of my life. If we keep busting 100-pound marks, we probably will, if I had to guess. Come on, give me one random one. You always get that one random one on a tree edge or something. I like Big Frank, he's cool. That's a fish. He's a small fish. A really small fish. Mm-hmm. Got plenty of swim baits bigger than him. Not a good sign, but we'll definitely make a couple more casts just to make sure. Yeah, that's bad. You never know. Never know. really want to go back to that school where Mueller was, but at the same time, I don't want to go that way. See if I can find that little brim bed. I just don't know if it's going to be so shallow I can't see it now. Because it was all the way up there by that tree, if I remember right. That's her. Nope. Weird. Can't tell if it's small or big. Oh, no. It was weird. She hit it so quick. I was like, is that a fish or what? Might have a group of them in there. Oh, hit a tree. No. No. I don't know whether to break it off or what. Right where those brim beds were, too. As a 5-pounder, would have gave me a little bit. I was too worried about how the trees were setting up and losing her instead of fighting her like I was supposed to. It was like I had one on there and it came off, unless she was just coming at me that fast. I don't know, I messed that up. That was my fault. I mean, she wasn't hooked good, but let's hope there's another one in there that's bigger than her. I'll throw my square bill in there in a minute. That second time I threw in there, I swore one grabbed it. After I lost her, you know, when I threw back in there. Just so shallow right here, they're going to be hard to stay on. Come on, be 2 or 3 of y'all in there. Sitting right on a road bed. About 4 foot of water. I mean, it touched the bottom and she was on it. That's what, kind of what happened. It surprised me she got on it so fast. I'm just hoping it's that group out there right here. Much rather hook them on this, though. They're not going to be that nice to me, though. Doesn't look fun.
Who's that, Jason?
Yeah. That's a bite. A little bitty one or something. Like chomping on it like that one back there was. Come on.
Hey, no siree.
Donated a lot.
I donated about 4 yesterday. That's how many I've donated so far?
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in beautiful East Texas, Quinman, Texas, to be exact. East Texas, and what an impoundment we have here. The famous Lake Fork, full of giant fish. A little less water this time around, but that just makes the playing field that much smaller. And the leader is the same guy who won it the last time we were here, Livesey, atop the leaderboard with 60 pounds, 10 ounces. And Gerald Swindle, who went out in third place, has moved up to second place with 56 pounds, 7 ounces. And our leaderboard continues to change. You see our day one leader, Cliff Prince, has dropped down to fourth place, but a lot of fishing time left here today. And as predicted, the wind has continued to blow here in beautiful East Texas. Not a good shot of where we are located for the 5th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. And the 5th stop, a critical stop in our race to win Angler of the Year, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. But Davey Height, they said it was going to blow a little stronger, and this morning I woke up and I was like, it's not stronger. It's a lot stronger today.
It's definitely a lot stronger today. Thankfully, it's still out of the southwest kind of, and I think that it's been blowing that direction for about 3 or 4 days now. It has positioned these fish a lot. It'll be interesting to see when it turns Saturday, maybe Sunday morning. It's supposed to turn and come out of the north, how these fish adjust and how the anglers adjust to it also.
Well, it might be windy here, but it's comfortable at home where everybody's watching. And let's catch you all up on the action with our Toyota midday report and see what's been going on this fabled fishery that is Lake Fork. Man, it shows out every single time we come here, and this time is no different. Gonna show you a very special fish catch that happened during our break. Hardly anyone's seen this, but you see who it is. It's Lee Livesey, and man, what he has done here today, Davey, has been amazing. But let's watch this.
God almighty. Stay on. She's not hooked great. I got to keep pressure on her though because of the timber. Get in that driver's seat over there. Yeah, there we go. Just so I ain't got to worry about stomping you. Oh man, no, stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Oh, how's she fighting that much? Stay on, baby. One of them I need. Oh, she's barely hooked in the gill. No. Hook, the whole crankbait came out. It's gonna be a one-shot deal. No. Oh, baby whale.
Yeah.
Halo HFX cranking rod. It's my signature series. That's how you don't lose fish crankings with the right rod. 6-inch 300 DD. But that's the deal, is that rod, that Halo HFX series. That's a good one.
We having fun or what?
We having fun. That's my biggest one today.
7-11.
7-11.
Yeah.
7-11. That's why you come to Lake Fork right there, baby. Pick you up a 6-inch 300 DD, go to work. Beautiful fish.
Wow, 7-Eleven, not just a convenience store. It is a baby whale, as Lee Livesey said. But what's impressed me so much today, Davey, is he's catching fish that he doesn't even believe are staying on. They're getting wrapped up, and everything seems to be going right.
Yeah, everything has definitely been going his way. And for the rest of the field, that's not really what they want to see. Lee Livesey would be great here, even if things aren't going his way. But two of his fish today had him wrapped up. And like you mentioned yesterday, he has experienced this a lot. He's fishing this timber his whole life, and he knows how to land those fish. But very, very fortunate with two of those today. Actually, he had given up and really just pulled the line, was going to break his line, and he broke the part of the limb that the fish was hung on. But you saw there that fish that he just caught, his biggest one so far today, 7-11. Yesterday, his biggest fish, only 7-12. To see Lee Livesey to have 60 pounds for 2 days and has not caught an 8-pounder, that's really surprising, because normally when you see those 30-pound bags, they'll have that one fish that's a solid anchor. Not that these aren't great fish, but to get to 30 pounds each day, it's absolutely incredible that he has not caught a fish over 7-12.
Lee Livesey is a legend around these parts, and what we're seeing here is just that legend continue to grow. I mean, what he did here last year, you know, put him right up there on the, you know, Mount Rushmore of Lake Fork. But man, if he can pull this off to go back-to-back on a home fishery, so unbelievable. But there's not a bass fishing fan in the world that wouldn't love to see Gerald Swindle take this title on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Gerald Swindle had a great day yesterday. He's backing it up with another great day today. Fishing offshore, just fishing basically one little 20-yard stretch. And we'll see if so far it has reloaded from yesterday to today. Actually, a couple of our anglers caught fish on this one area yesterday. But you're right, everyone would love to see Gerald Swindle win an event here. Cliff Prince, another one. After day one's leader, a lot of folks would love to see Cliff. These are just great guys that haven't had a win either recently or maybe even ever on the Elite Series. So everyone would love to see Gerald Swindle. Heck, we love to see Gerald Swindle when he's not catching fish, but we certainly do when he's catching 27, 28, 29 pounds of bass.
Now over to our day one leader, Cliff Prince. We didn't see him on Bass Track all day long. Had a little trouble getting reception, but said he caught 25 pounds early and continued to call up 30 pounds at 5 ounces, or 33 pounds at 5 ounces. Or what was it? 30 pounds at 5. I don't know what I'm talking
32.5. 32.5. You're the man. So Cliff Prince yesterday got off to a great start. You can see he's fishing kind of in these creeks, in these coves, pockets. He mentioned yesterday he called one of his best areas in a pocket. And not a lot of anglers back in these places like him, but he definitely got something figured out. Yesterday morning had 5 fish for about 25 pounds in the first 30 minutes, and it kind of stayed at that weight all day. Found up another place that he had not fished before yesterday afternoon and caught 2 let's just say 7-pounders, almost 7-pounders, and another 5-pounder. So be sure to keep your eye on Cliff Prince. He's a little bit slower today, looking at the leaderboard, but not really, because yesterday afternoon he caught 3 of the fish that he weighed in the last hour of fishing.
A lot of cranking bites happening here this week, and when the cranking bite's on, you know Mullins is going to be a factor. Having a great season, right up the top of the Progressive Bassmaster Angler leaderboard, and showing out again this week.
Yeah, he really is. David Mullins loves to fish offshore. That's what he has always done since he's been on the Elite Series. When he gets a chance to fish offshore, uses electronics and use, like you said, those crankbaits, sometimes mixing in a little soft plastics and that sort of thing. But he is a great offshore fisherman. And you know what? You're exactly right, Dave. Angler of the Year, he's been in the mix for the last few years, and when you see someone up there in the top 3 or 4, maybe 5 Angler of the Year multiple times, it's just a matter of time till you'll see someone like David Mullins, maybe even him, win it this year, because he's definitely been in contention multiple years.
And the thing about Mullins, he's been pretty open about it. Spent a little time with the Johnstons, went up fishing north, and if you look at his record the last few years, he's not a guy you count out when we head north. So it's not just a southern guy. I mean, and in the past, he fell victim to some of that. But he has kind of figured out the northern bite, so he's not going to fall off as we head north.
Yep, very, very similar to Seth Fighter, but the other way around. Seth Fighter, you knew he was always going to be a threat when you were in the north, but he got better after a few years fishing down south, and that's a lot to do with why he is the reigning Angler of the Year.
Came into this event in 4th place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. And let's get out on the water live with Mount Carmel, Tennessee's David Mullins.
Well, the wind's slightly blowing, if nobody said that on live today. And the lake's pretty crowded, but, you know, we've survived so far. Pulled up on a little sneak hole there and caught 3 good ones. And hopefully we can get one more decent one, and that'll set us up. I need a pretty good one. I need about a 6, and I'd be happy with that. That's doable, but I'd like to get one more before I leave here, just so I can go idle the rest of the day. But I don't even know if I can do that as bad as the wind's blowing out there. So, you know, I'm happy we made the cut, but I'd like to get some upgrades and get a little bit better bag. And then big worm came through. 20-pound test, heavy X-Pride rod, and a heavy Bantam reel, and came through with some key bites today. I haven't caught anything on the worm until today, and I've got 3 of the ones on paper on the worm, so definitely different than what it was yesterday. I think sunshine has to do a lot with that. We'll see. We'll run across some more big ones here in a little bit.
Mullins trying to battle it out for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, but we also have our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race going on. And the guy been on top of that leaderboard, Jay Shakurit from Wisconsin. You see him right there in first place with 323 points. But look who's climbing up that leaderboard in 4th place right now from Hawaii, our Bass Nation national champion, Matty Wong, with 279 points. And man, it's amazing to watch that story. I mean, a year ago, he had a boat that was a year younger than him. He had a black and white fish finder. Now he's fishing out of a state-of-the-art rig, fully rigged out. And man, he is making this dream come true as he climbs that leaderboard. And you look at that list of leaders of rookies. I mean, there's a lot of non-rookies in that rookie list, and Matty Wong is representing. Let's get out with him live now.
Well, it's a grind today, guys. A little bit more company in one of my key spots, which I didn't have yesterday. I dumped 2 3-pounders earlier. That would have really helped, but it's okay. Just trying to stay positive and just keep faith that it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time. Hopefully soon, because my arm's about to fall off, but Still a beautiful day on the water. Couldn't ask for any more. Hopefully the fish will start cooperating a little more. I would like that. I'd like that a lot. But you know, it is what it is. You know, I think I only need a 5-pounder today to make me to be right there in the cut. So I got 2 little squeakers, and I'm still working on my limit. I don't got a limit yet. Looking for my 3rd fish, but I think if I can connect with the 5, I'm probably at about 30 pounds now. So if I can connect with the 5, give me a 35, should be right there. Or I can just blow it out and get 30. I mean, let's shoot for that. I like that idea, actually. Let's stick with that idea. But either way, I mean, you gotta keep your expectations in check and your mindset positive, baby. And anything can happen. All it is one bite can change a whole mindset and can turn your whole day around. And so I'm just kind of just going through the motions and just doing what I can do, which is keep this bait moving as fast as I can. I think most people, when they think of walking like a topwater bait, is you know, the very standard like clack, 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 and you know, these fish here, what I found, they want it moving fast, especially when it's windy like this. It really helps them not keep their eyes on it, and I think that helps those big mamas just commit to it, because they just get angry and they just see it and they're like, it's gotta die. So I don't know, we'll like I said, keep plugging away at it and hopefully get one to cooperate soon. Still having a good day. Hopefully you guys are all having a good day too. I feel bad because you're not in the water, you're stuck watching me, but you know, it's all good. But either way, yeah, good times indeed.
It's always a good time when you're with Matty Wong. A lot of different pros did different things during our break. He went back to Hawaii to celebrate his dad's birthday, but spent enough time with us here this week to do our Bass Pro Shops Top Lure with Matty Wong, Bass Nation National Champion.
Hey guys, Matty Wong, Elite Series Pro here. Today was an incredible day out here on Lake Fork. It was one of those magical days that everything kind of comes together, and it came together in a hurry. This little guy right here, this is the Dog X Diamante by B.A.S.S. I mean, you can look and see how much rash and goodness that's on this bait, and it's paired up with, this is the 110 stick, and this is the Destroyer Series B.A.S.S rod, and I could blast it all the way out there with my braid, with my Sunline braid, and be able to just have the perfect cadence with this walking style bait, and that was a huge key in success today. And man, I'm looking forward to just getting out there again tomorrow, man. It's whenever you can catch fish on a topwater, it's hard to beat. So hopefully I can do it again. That's all I got.
Matty Wong having a great tournament, and great to have him here for his rookie season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, representing the thousands of anglers that try to make it through the Bass Nation. He's your Bass Nation National Champion. Now let's go over to David Mullins, a 3-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier and a former Bassmaster Open winner. Davey, you mentioned seeing him in contention for Angler of the Year recently, you know what I mean, as that, and when somebody keeps knocking at that door, eventually it answers, what is it?
They got it. They come back and got it. Missed it, come back and got it.
We'll let him catch this fish.
Here's a big one here.
Golly. That one had it choked. Be our smallest one, but you know what it is? It's 5. This sucker missed it. I don't know, there might be a school up there. He has got it wet. I can't even get it out of his mouth. Dude, I ain't never hooked one this good. He's got it so pinned I can't get any grip on it.
We'll let Mullins get that fish unhooked and let his judge get a weight on it, and that'll give us an opportunity to have a break. One guy that's not having a break, Davey, is Lee Livesey. Does he own this lake right now?
I don't know if he owns it, but he's going to certainly be hard to beat. The thing that amazes me is it's just a few years ago we came here and he finished, 50th or just below 50th?
Yeah.
That's the one that blows me away. He knows this lake like the back of his hand. That was obviously a fluke.
Well, now you're starting to see why he was so devastated by that tough finish. But, man, he is making them pay. Leading once again, trying to go back-to-back on the very same body of water that he lives on.
The Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
All right, guys, John Cox here, and we're at the Bassmaster Elite on Lake Fork, presented by Sims. Man, I am so excited to get here this week. This is like that one time a year where you get to go to pretty much like a stocked pond. You know, you go to a place where it's better than any of the places we go to. Any cast could be a 10-pounder. The conditions this time are a lot warmer than last time. I think we're gonna see a lot of guys catching them deep. We're gonna see a lot of forward-facing sonar and jerkbait action. I've caught 3 fish in my life on a jerkbait, and I don't have forward-facing sonar, so I'm not gonna be doing any of that. I'm gonna try to stay shallow. I seem to be able to get some bites first thing in the morning, and then right towards the end of the day, which is very scary because, we're only gonna have that morning window. But, we tried out deep. I don't like it. But the one bait I'm gonna mostly throw is I'm gonna try to go down the bank with the Berkeley swim jig. We have a new power bait cooked into the skirt, so this thing, man, when they grab it, they really hang on to it. And I'm gonna use the power bait meaty chunk, and pretty much gonna mimic a shad, maybe bluegill. I'm gonna go with the white just because that like shad spawn time of year. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on, but I'm hoping that there's gonna be some kind of change. And we have caught some big fish, in practice, so maybe we'll catch one of those 10, 11 pounders this week.
Now your Berkeley right bait, right time, and that is the plan going into the tournament. And as all plans, they kind of change. John Cox came in this event as a progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, but did most of his damage with the cane walker, Davey.
Yeah, I was able to see him out on the water yesterday morning and this morning, and he is absolutely throwing that cane walker. It's really amazing to me what John Cox has done this year, a lot of years, but this year for him to show up at Lake Fork with the majority of the fish postponed. Still, I'm sure a few fish spawning. It always is full moon in May. The shad spawn is kind of dwindling away, which tells you offshore, offshore, offshore. And both days I have seen him doing nothing but going right down the bank. In this case, this morning and yesterday morning for a while right there at the dam. But he just beats to his own, marches to his own beat, I guess. And it's absolutely incredible for him to be leading Angler of the Year with just doing his deal and just enjoying each and every day, having fun out there tournament fishing.
Truly is an anomaly. And speaking of anomalies and freak shows, when it comes to Lake Fork, and not just Lake Fork,
good, just
a guy that's won 3 events in 3 years.
Kind of at that point in the day where I'm not exactly sure which way I want to go. I came back up here to hit a spot, but pause on it. It's just, and I wouldn't be thinking like this if it wasn't so rough, but it's just so hard to get around right now. But I think I'm gonna run that way anyways and hit 2 deep schools, hit a spot I hadn't got to hit today, and then probably work my way to the other side of the lake, Little Caney, and try to find something new, you know, but at the same time I need to try to catch some fish around 7 pounds to get my weight up where I need it. Somebody's gonna catch a big bag today that's starting to put the dots together, so I'm gonna be fishing deep for the most part for the rest of the day. I might stop on a couple shallow deals and just gotta fit in at the right time. I'm graphing some new stuff that I hadn't had fish yet and trying to find a new group of fish also. Feeling good though.
There's a lot of anglers that would be pretty content with what Lee Livesey's got today. But, I mean, is that just experience talking Lake Fork? He knows that, I mean, you got to catch him every day here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's his experience here. But then also, like you were mentioning right before, he started giving us the update that he did that, you know, he's not just one here at Lake Fork. He's his first elite victory was at Lake Chickamauga in the fall of the year, throwing a frog, something he is very, very good at. He's a great fisherman, well-rounded, and you know, his knowledge here is just so impressive. I mean, it really is. I grew up on a lake. I know it very well. But to hear him talk about all the little subtleties and this tree and you know, what happens, what should happen Sunday. I mean, he was talking about that on Wednesday. You know, there hasn't been any fish there, but there is one place that they should be there within a day or two every year of this particular time, and if they're there on Sunday, it's over kind of deal. So it's really incredible how much time and how well thought out each and every day he has out here. It's just absolutely incredible.
So rare to see, like yesterday, several times, you know, he'd go right through a bunch of trees and literally has one target, one tree he wants to hit. I mean, dialed in just doesn't seem, you know, strong enough. I mean, he is so in touch with this fishery.
And the big fish that he caught earlier today, that 7-11, he was putting a lot of pressure on that fish, and I knew why, but a lot of people probably don't understand why. He took the, nope. There's a lot of timber around, and typically a fish like that on a crankbait, you're going to really slow down and let that fish get totally exhausted before you get up close to the boat. But he knows that you've got to put a lot of pressure on these fish depending on where they are. Now, some places, like last year, a lot of those fish that he caught, they weren't around the timber so much. They were on those flatter points. So he wasn't having to pressure those fish. But you know, things like that make all the difference in the world on being able to not only get those bites like he can from experience, but bring those fish in the boat and have them weighed.
And it's even more impressive to watch, because you see it a lot of times where somebody comes on the Elite Series. I mean, he was a guide here before, still does some guiding here, but I mean, he's on the road a lot, travels across the country a lot. That's when you see a lot of the locals fall off of the bite. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter the body of water. Success brings you away from home and brings you away from that bite, but he's been able to stay connected.
That's a great point. You're absolutely right. He probably fishes Lake Fork less now than he has in his life, or certainly in the last 20 years. But to stay connected and to know, hey, these fish should show up on Sunday. There's nothing there now, but Sunday, it could happen.
Cliff Prince hooked up.
Let's not forget about Cliff Prince, day one leader, currently in 4th place. A slower start today, but 3 of his bigger fish he caught in the last hour yesterday.
I think he's going to help us, but we'll weigh him and see.
Yes, sir. It's on 0.
£2.
there that Cliff Prince is fishing shallower than Lee Livesey and a lot of the other anglers. There's still a little bit of a shad spawn going on, not like it was, you know, last year or even when Brandon Cobb won, but there's still one. It's still some shallow fish to be caught.
I heard Hackney talking a little earlier on the live mix, and he said the shad spawn didn't seem to happen as much today as it did yesterday. Why would that have changed?
It's probably going away more and more each and every day. Yep, on the tail end of it. Be less and less every day of this tournament, I would think.
I mean, generally you talk about going into the weekend, we're going to cut our field in half, only 47 anglers out there. You see how this playing field has been shrunk this time around by lower water, and you're normally thinking, well, I don't want to wake up a judge here.
So that is, I've experienced this when I was on the Elite Series trail, and that is not a good sign when your marshal is taking a nap because you're not catching fish.
Well, he's
but
with
this
Lee
is Lee
Livesey.
Livesey.
I mean, if Lee Livesey cannot entertain you on Lake Fork,
oh, we woke him up.
Put a mirror under that man's
500 DD.
I think a lot of time what happens is any marshal or any judge that would know that they're going to be with Lee Livesey, he probably was up at 3 o'clock this morning, drinking coffee, all excited about his day.
Gerald Swindle currently in 5th place.
That might get rid of that 3-3 we had, wasn't it?
Scale is 0.
All right.
$4-1.
4-1. There goes old 3-3. He gone. Hey, just look. Just had to get in here and settle down a little bit. Get your thong on. Put your baby oil around your honey fank.
What in the world does that come from? He is hilarious, but where in the world did that come from?
We had a 3.
He's thinking about thongs and baby oil.
3-5 or something.
3-6.
Yep, so we gained dang near a pound.
Makes you kind of wonder what he thinks about and doesn't say.
Oh, I don't even want to go there. I don't even dare want to go there. But I'm not so sure there is anything that he thinks that he doesn't say.
Good point. Make a move up the lake. Once again, join our tournament leader, Lee Livesey.
They will not fire right now, though.
A lot of different baits tied on.
Look at all those different baits. A lot of different baits Lee Livesey throwing here today, trying to keep his judge entertained in between weighing fish.
He said he's having a hard time to get them fired up, but I guarantee you every cast he makes, there's going to be fish in that area. He's not throwing the dead water. Oh, here we go.
Sleeping. Shh. Be quiet. Don't disturb the judges. Judges are sleeping right now. You don't want to wake them up. I mean, they get a warning.
If Jake wasn't so nice, he could pour some cold water on him, maybe.
Well, if you can't stay awake with Lee Livesey, I don't know who's going to keep you awake. Lee Livesey, our tournament leader, 60 pounds, 10 ounces. Brandon Palnick moved into second place, and he is our unofficial brand new leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. But shh, just like the Marshal, he doesn't want to hear about that. Palnick doesn't want to know where he sits.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
Welcome back to On Location coverage here along the shores of Lake Fork at the Sabine River Authority, the 5th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And that a good aerial shot of our current tournament leader, Lee Livesey, trying to do something so rare. Go back-to-back in consecutive years, not just on any body of water, but your home body of water. And for years and years, Davey, we'd hear, oh, it's so hard to win at home. How hard is it to do it back-to-back?
No, just extremely hard. And you make a good point. It is hard to win on your home lake. It really is. You look at the history of Bassmaster Tournament Trail. Most of the lakes we go to, there's someone in our field that's their home water. It's just we go to good fisheries, and good fishermen seem to come from good fisheries, and it is so hard to do. And you know, he's in control now, but this place is full of giant bass. It's far, far from over. And if Cliff Prince has anything to do with it, he's not going to let him go back-to-back.
Now, I don't like to talk fantasy fishing because I'm stepping on people's toes and stuff, but I did hear Ronnie and Such talking, and they said that the highest percentage picked ever in fantasy fishing is Lee Livesey. Second in that was this guy right here when we kicked off the season in Palatka, Florida.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. I thought you were going to go there with Ronnie Moore, the Rapala fantasy fishing guru that he says he is.
He started referring to himself as the king.
Did not pick Lee Livesey in bucket D, I think it was.
The king doesn't need him. King don't need no stinking Lee. Come on.
And then he tried to justify it with, well, so many people picked that I need to make up ground going other. No, you're not going to make up ground not picking Lee Livesey here very often, especially this week. And I really want to go fishing with Ronnie Moore. I mean, we're going to give Zoner and I going to take some people fishing, Rapala Fantasy Fishing prize winners, and it'd be really cool for Ronnie Moore to be the one, the king. Take him. But boy, he's going to have to really rebound the second half of the season.
I believe the king is Tommy Sanders. I mean,
yes.
I mean, how can you even say the word king while in the same presence of the king? I mean, maybe the prince. Well, that's this guy, I guess. What would he be if Tommy's the king? What is Ronnie? The jester?
You don't. Yeah, that's a good. That's a good one. For some reason, I started thinking about baby oil, and I don't know, my mind just went crazy. Like Gerald Swindle right there.
Watching our day one leader live right now. Cliff Prince currently in 4th place, a 3-time Classic qualifier.
Prince fishing and a lot shallower than the other anglers we've seen in the top 6 today.
You know what? I need some positivity in my life. Always positivity when you're joined by our reigning, defending Bass Nation national champion, Matty Wong. Looks like he's hooked up. Or no. I don't know what I'm talking about, Davey. I'll leave the fishing to you. Why is positivity so important out here? I mean, we see it year after year, but it really is so...
You knew he was going to be hooked up. You were positive that he was going to be hooked up. Small one there.
I think you'll go.
To your question, though, I think it's important in life and we all probably know that, but sometimes we need someone to remind us of that.
Keep an open mind. Catch a fish. Let's see if she's a keeper. I think she'll be right at 14. She goes. Okay. A little football smoked it.
Locked at 1-9.
1-9? All right. Little football. All right. Made a little adjustment. I didn't have a jerkbait tied on. I seen these fish in the area, and right there, vision 110. And just used my live scope, panned over to it, and there's a couple other over here. So hopefully I can maybe catch one or two others out of this little school. I seen one that was a little bit better. You never know though. Make an adjustment, keep the open mind, and things can happen.
You nailed it there, Dave Mercer. Keep an open mind. That's what I'm saying, though. We all probably know that you'll have a much better day, you'll have a much better week, a much better life if you stay positive. But sometimes we need to be reminded of that. And just being around Maddie reminds you that, man, you know, he just, it seems to enjoy every day. Every single day he's out there. And he's had some good days so far this year on the Elite Series, but he's had a couple bad ones also. But he seemed to be the same Maddie each and every time.
He really is, and you never know. You know, honestly, with a Bass Nation angler, we've seen, I mean, Ike's a former Bass Nation national champion. Brandon Palnick's former Bass Nation. Mueller, we've seen many of them come, but we see some of them that,
Still
you know, they don't hang
here.
for that long. But it's amazing what he's done so far. Not just in finishes, but presence on the tour.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 5 events into his Elite Series career,
on, eat
and the amount of people that know Matty Wong is amazing.
Yeah.
Eat it, eat it. Eat it, right there. Oh, got it. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my God. Dude, it's a giant. Stay down. Oh my goodness gracious. Please stay hooked up, babe. Please. Please. Oh my goodness. My heart can't take it. No, stay down. Oh my goodness. Dude, come on, baby, please. Yes! Woo! That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kiss you on the face. Right there, man. Keep an open mind, make the adjustment. Oh my goodness gracious, dude. That is a long fish. I think that's my 5-pounder, we'll see. Boom! Look at that beautiful fish right there. Oh man, Lake Fork stud muffin right there. All right, mama. Oh. I watched that thing come up and just like, eat it, eat it, eat it. Smoked it. Yeah. Hell yes. All right, buddy. Good job. Oh. All right. I might hang out just for a little while longer. Let's see. The crazy thing is that
is
in practice,
the power of
my
positive
biggest fish
thinking
that I
right
caught on a
there.
jerkbait was a pound.
You hear the music, Davey.
I hear the music.
What does that mean?
I was just thinking we haven't done a Power Pole replay of the day yet, but this has got to be it. Matty Wong, well, we were with him talking about keeping an open mind and being positive. We were with him just about an hour ago, and he wasn't doing very well. Kept a positive frame of mind. We saw him catch a keeper that helped him
Oh
just a
my
little
goodness
bit
gracious.
a few minutes
Please
ago,
stay
and then
hooked up,
this
babe,
big one
please.
bites.
Please.
And this is a power pole replay of the day, but
Oh
the
my
quote
goodness.
of the day,
My heart can't
take it.
No,
he
sit
said.
down.
That's absolutely
Come on,
incredible.
baby, please.
A super nice way to describe that his heart is pounding in his throat. But that's what happens when you're the power pole replay of the day here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
Basically what he's saying is the ball's natural home is the hole. Tap, tap, Peru, Matty
Right
Wong.
there, man.
Tap, tap, Peru.
Keep an open mind.
Wow.
Make the adjustment.
Beautiful fish there. Beautiful fish to be the power pole replay of the day. Great catch. He caught it. He said he's behind it. He's about to bite it. Got it. That's awesome.
My active target.
Must be his Hawaiian blood. He's perpetually cold, though. As warm as it is out here, and he's bundled up out there.
Absolutely. I've been thinking about it the whole time we've been on him. I mean, it's the wind is blowing. Maybe he doesn't like the wind in his ears or something, but it has been 90 degrees the last 2 days, and they're calling for that again today. At least mid-80s right now.
From Matty Wong, we go over to 16-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier and former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Louisiana's Greg Hackney.
Sure. Hey, come on. I mean, that second one, I just throttled it just like the first one. Now, it would surprise me if there's not some bigger ones out there, because there were some bigger ones out there.
$113.
Hackney with a much slower day today so far, but sounds like he may have got a school going here. We'll have to watch close to see if he doesn't catch a few more. Said he just missed the fish before he caught that one, so sounds like he's got a school of fish going here.
I need to move up just a hair. Big in there. Just hang in here.
That's one thing you can tell. He knows he's got that school going. He's wanting to hurry, hurry, hurry. These marshals do a great job, though. They really do.
Tiring. Some marshals need to rest.
Yes. Yeah, at least he's awake. But Greg Hackney on a school of fish, I don't think you can sleep through that.
Well, you better get to catching. We got a few hours left of competition here on moving day. Top 47 move into semifinal Saturday at the 5th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Trying to make that top 47 and keep the tournament alive. Half our field goes home. The other half stays here and makes the quest to get into championship Sunday. Top 47 and the top of that Yeti hot seat right now, Lee Livesey.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
We got 3 hours of fishing, more or less, left for these anglers on day number 2, moving day. Very, very important. Got to be in the top 47 after today. Second day of fishing here at the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. 47th and better gets to stay on and fish tomorrow, hoping for one of those 10 spots in the final and championship Sunday. And of course, all week long, we're We're very much spending time celebrating all the life, the accomplishments, everything, all the influence that the great man himself, Ray Scott, whose idea hatched B.A.S.S, hatched the Bassmasters, the Bassmaster Classic, all his hard work, all his inventive, big picture thinking. It's just something that we all owe a debt to, and we see it every day. We see the results of the great foundation he laid each and every day. Yeah, you know, we just got a whole lot to thank Ray Scott for.
Father, we ask you to look after every man here, accept our thanks for safety during the first 2 days. And we go out and have a good fishing day, and return home safely in Jesus' name. Amen. Yeah, crank up your engines.
What is B.A.S.S? B.A.S.S is a dream thought up by a great American visionary over 50 years ago.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the 1972 Bassmaster Classic.
A dream fueled by a feeling, a connection, a yearning to connect to nature and unite with others the same. A need to share the amazing secrets of our homes on the water with all that would listen.
One thing, I want to thank the Lord for letting me go out and have this privilege.
A home for the sport, for the industry, a home for the dream.
Never give up!
This all started with one dream. A simple daydream at an insurance salesman's desk exploded into an ever-evolving, ever-growing industry, all fueled by a dream. I don't know when or where it happened, but at some point, Ray Scott planted his crazy dream in all of us.
I wonder how it would be without Ray Scott. He set the stage. After he came along, everything just got better. The tournaments, the fishing, every year it was better, and everybody knew about it. The crowds got huge.
We all benefited from Ray's dream. He had the dream, and he just drug all of us along with him to make sure he got there. He's the most profound single individual in our sport and influenced it in so many ways that most people don't even think about.
There's so many facets to Ray's legacy. He started the organization. He started catch and release, fishing on television. He sold fishing to the masses. Ray did so many things that it was almost like a domino that he kicked over, and the dominoes just kept falling, and he kept adding dominoes to make it better and better and better. He made it viable for everyone.
I don't think anybody on this earth could have took it to where Ray has taken it for all the lure companies, all the fishermen, everybody that owns a bass boat and goes fishing every weekend of the year. It wouldn't be there without Ray Scott.
There was nobody in this world would ever sell what Ray Scott did, because he sold something that didn't exist. People bought in, and people got behind him, and look where it went from then to now. All because he was that good a salesman, he believed in himself, and he sold it to somebody and said, if y'all back me, we can do this. And that's why I call him Mr. Bass.
Come on, let's talk to him, people. Give him a hand. That's the biggest bass.
He created a thing within the industry that became this catalyst that kept it alive. Even anytime it would dip down, somebody would win another tournament, and all of a sudden, boom, it'd take off again.
There's no way that bass fishing could be what it is today without him. No way.
To have that vision to start something that has become a way of life, a culture, a sport, practiced all over the world, one man, right? That's crazy.
He made the sport what it is today. There'll never be another Ray Scott.
Teaching, learning, protecting, competing, and dreaming together. That's what makes this dream so special. It's not just Ray's dream. It's now all of our dreams.
I'm not really worried about where we're going to go from here. We certainly only, if we don't move a step further along, we're doing a good job. But just like we were 20 years ago, we weren't really worried about year 2 or 3. We knew that it would happen. Bass fishing tournaments have been the catalyst for the growth of this industry because it's created a showcase for the public to see heroes. And it's brought a lot of enthusiasm into the sport, and it's really been the catalyst, as I say, and really the fire, the fuel that's driven this industry forward for the public's benefit as well as ours.
Ray Scott, a visionary with a dream. A dream that to this day still lives on. A dream that has left a lasting impact on all of our lives. A dream that has created an everlasting legacy for over 50 years. Ray, you started the dream, and we promise to keep that dream alive.
Well, he will be missed. He will absolutely be missed, but we can't turn around without seeing, we can't miss everything he's done and the fruits that we still enjoy of all the labors that Ray has put in. And we've said it before. People say, oh, he's just a shameless promoter. Thank goodness he's a shameless promoter. He's right up there with Henry Ford and Sam Walton. People like that who have built some of the greatest things in the world, never afraid to fail, never afraid to look maybe foolish at sometimes. And sometimes I'm sure he did, but my goodness, on balance, Mark Zona, it's just tremendous what he's done.
That was an amazing piece right there to watch and to listen to. And really, I'm dead serious when I say this, you're right, Tommy. In an absurdly crazy idea and dream and vision to create not only the Bass Badge and tournament fishing, but he has created a culture that is a family and a culture that, I've said this. I've actually said this on Bassmaster Live. My children, when they were little dudes, asked me one day, they said, what do people do that don't bass fish? And I looked at him and I said, who cares? and Ray is what created that. An entire culture from the day that he started this of if you really think about it in sporting terms, a totally whacked out vision and dream of a bass fishing tournament and then fighting for the rights and conservation. Every now and then you need to look at a piece like that, because obviously Ray was a figurehead on the stage of bass fishing tournaments, but he was the figurehead of an entire culture of one species of fish. And that's staggering. That is staggering to think about that impact as a whole that has turned into what it is now, which is bass fishing fanatics, man. And you see YouTubers and social media with bass fishing. It is because of that dude right there. It's amazing. It's an amazing story.
Ronnie, you're from a generation that's much younger. I mean, but you know Ray. You know his legacy. People your age, what do you tell them? People who don't know so much about Ray.
Well, I think the Classic is what really drew me to this sport. That was one of the first bass events I ever got to go to. Was one of the Birmingham Classics early in the 2000s, and Ray sold that, and that's what we talked about the other day, that he's made a lot of sales financially to make the fishing industry grow to what it is, but the biggest sale that he made for a lot of us is just the passion for fishing, instilling that love for a sport that is considered a hobby to many, but it's a lifestyle to most. And Zona said it perfectly there. I mean, it is a culture of if you see a guy towing a boat, you want to pull up beside of him on the highway and wave, or you're wondering where he's going, and that's from Ray. And so seeing everybody at the Classic as a young kid, I will never forget the moment someone is crowned a Classic champion, and it stems from how dramatic he made it on the stage to now how Mercer and how all the anglers treat that final weigh-in stage at the Classic. It's because of the stage he set back then.
You look good in the hat, brother. You too, Such. And the hat, let's talk about a trivia question that I didn't know the answer to. How come Ray adopted this hat, this cowboy hat?
Okay, I got a trivia coming up that Forrest Wood wore a hat and Ray Scott admired it, said, I enjoy your hat. Forrest Wood goes home to Flippin with a shoebox full of boat orders from a early tournament, that'll be the trivia, and sent him a hat, and Ray Scott wore it ever since. He got the fringe jacket later. But every guy that I've spoken to and asked about Ray Scott has said, I am here today in a career because of that man. And, you know, Denny Brauer says nobody else could have been as, you know, how pushy and how much of a good salesman. And he would, you know, bowl you over and get his way. And Bowman has told stories about that, you know, how he got, don't kill your catch and we're going to release the fish in this lake. And there were people opposing that at first. And he forced him. He's forced this industry on a lot of people and promoted it so well. It's unbelievable that everybody owes, you know, a huge appreciation to Mr. Ray Scott.
Absolutely, and he's got so much in common with the upper echelon of the most successful people of all time. He was relentless. He would not back down from it. He would keep after. He would make that sale. He would make that sale to you. And there he is with President George Bush, the first President Bush. And the president thought so much of him, made him a campaign chairman in Alabama.
He had presidents of the United States showing up to Bassmaster Classic weigh-ins. How awesome is that? The power of Ray Scott, an insurance salesman that wanted to just do bass fishing tournaments, sitting in a hotel room watching other professional sports, saying we need to have ours on here one day. And boom, that's what we do for a living. It's very, very
And he got President Bush to pass the legislation where the sport excise tax, where every
the Wallet Bro
tackle,
tax, yeah.
That goes back into our fisheries and the fish.
And you think about what would the bass population be like if Ray Scott had never come along. People who don't fish would say, oh, if we didn't have all these fishermen catching these fish, we'd have more bass. No. It's exactly
the way around.
The opposite. Yeah, there would be far fewer bass now if it wasn't for Ray Scott and his conservation efforts that are carried on by B.A.S.S. to this day. Let's get back out on the water to Greg Hackney.
I don't think he's very big, or I hope he's not. He's bigger. I can get him out of them trees is the reason I'm reeling like a wild man. They're all over it because he was way out there past
Greg Hackney. Hasn't been a perfect day for Greg Hackney. Certainly had a terrific day, number one. But let's jump into our Yamaha midday report, and let's start with a guy who's bucking to be the most successful hometown favorite of all time in Bassmaster history.
No way. Well, Tommy, I think it's fair to say, and I don't want to speak for Such and Ronnie and yourself, but you almost want to thank Brandon Polinick for hanging in there right now with an almost 29-pound bag, because your Yamaha midday report could be Lee Livesey absolutely running away with this tournament right now. And granted, 10 pounds, not that much on Lake Fork, but it is a lot with this guy right here. And the other thing that you kind of notice transpire is this spot that we just saw that last bass on is, number one, everything has gone right for Lee Livesey. If he's hung him up in a tree, does not matter what it's been, everything's gone right for Lee. And talking to a few of our guide friends, James Caldemeyer, Lee Livesey, on this school right here, this is an area they don't usually get caught that well this time of year. And a lot of folks that fish Lake Fork every single day said it might take that needle in a haystack. And it seems like Lee Livesey has added that needle, that spot right there, to that haystack that we're going to see the rest of the weekend.
60 pounds, 10 ounces already for Lee Livesey, on track for a great final total. Gerald Swindle had a great day yesterday and putting together another solid effort today.
Yeah, Gerald Swindle fishing a very, very small area. If you're just joining Bassmaster Live, it was a popular area this morning, had a little bit of company in there that caught them in that area yesterday. And really looking at what Swindle has caught today, man, he has mastered the 4-pounders, but missing a lot of those bigger fish that he connected with on day number 1. And really, for the first time, we have seen Gerald Swindle move off of that little 20 to 50 yard stretch. Hard bottom, doing work with a Zoom Magnum Trickwam yesterday and today. But boy, it was a windy area. He took a beating there, and Gerald Swindle might actually be taking a rest down near the dam where it's a lot calmer right now. But a solid morning for Swindle.
Let's talk about Cliff Prince, our day 1 leader with 32 pounds and 5 ounces. And amazingly, as opposed to everyone else seemingly in this tournament, kind of being left alone.
Yeah, and it's been surprising. He's done a lot of his work in, call it 1 to 4 feet of water, square bill crankbait, a bladed jig, and a little bit of Carolina rigging earlier today. Like Swindle, though, Tommy, you don't want to use the word plagued, but he's been plagued by 4-pounders, not those big 6 to 8 pounders that you are going to need to keep pace by the end of the day. A good day for Cliff Prince, but he's going to need some of those big bites that he got to see late on day number 1. He's going to need to see that here on day number 2. And again, as you said, stunningly left alone in one of the most popular areas of Lake Fork.
Yeah, a place where big-time tournaments have been won just this year. It's a place that people are focused on as well.
And let's take a look at David Mullins. David currently coming in here in 3rd place in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. And, you know, you kind of thought offshore could be a good deal for David Mullins.
Tommy, when it comes to David Mullins, he said, hey, I put all my eggs in the basket of fishing offshore. I scanned basically after the first 2 hours of practice I fished up shallow. Then I graphed the entire time. Said he found about 20 to 25 spots that had schools on them, schools being places that had 10 or more bass. He said, though, it's hard to locate these schools of fish when they move. He's not sure if when he graphed them on Monday or when he graphed them on Tuesday, if they were on their way somewhere else, maybe deeper, maybe a secondary point, wherever they were headed. And a lot of those spots were empty yesterday. And in those timber fields, it's hard to know where they'll go. Will they just suspend off the bottom up in the timber? Different than all the Tennessee River ledges we're used to relocating schools of fish on.
All right, well, that is going to be your Yamaha midday report. There are the standings as they are right now. And yeah, Brandon Polinick hanging in there, you know, for the rest of the field for Lee Livesey, having a dominant performance here on day number 2 to add to a dominant performance on day number 1. Brian New, Cliff Prince, Gerald Swindle, guys who have been able to hang into that top 10. David Mullins as well. Not an easy thing to do. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
About 2.5 hours of fishing time left for these 92 anglers out there at the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. This is day number 2. We'll make the cut today. Down 247. We got about an hour and a half's time left in our Bassmaster Live coverage from out here, and we expect to see some action. We demand to see it. Lee Livesey has certainly delivered today. He's added 28 pounds to his 32 plus yesterday to be up well above 60.5 pounds. Those are official weights, as a matter of fact, as we are catching, weighing, and releasing them. Brandon Polinick, the guy able to put up the biggest resistance to Lee Livesey, and he's still back there about, over 5 pounds, but up out in this place, that's not a huge deal. You can certainly wipe that out. The man with the lead on day number 1, Cliff Prince.
Yes.
Let's get out to Cliff Prince right now, and we just talked to him, or saw him in our midday report. Remarked about how his efforts have gone on here, and you mentioned he needs to jump a few more of those big ones, Mark Zona.
Yeah, he's going to have to connect with a couple. He made 2 big calls late yesterday. He's going to need a few of those to kind of hang in there today, and you kind of nailed it, Such. Lee Livesey saying for months on end that everybody in the top 10 is going to have over 100 pounds, and the pace that we're on, at least they're going to have half of that knocked out here probably by the end of the day. Cliff Prince locked up live.
What the heck do I have? A catfish or something? This sucker's huge. What the hell is that? Can't be a bass. Got to be a big old catfish or something. What the hell is that? Got to be a catfish. I knew it.
Oh no! Give me a break.
You're so full.
That's a damn hammer. Sucker.
This is one of the few places, Z, that you think that it could be a 10-pounder. You just don't know.
I was just going to say that.
15.
Exactly. Well, a little bit of a buzzkill right there for Cliff Prince. We're going to take and slink on around the corner right now. Good catfish right there.
Good Lord.
It's a big-time catfish lake. And crappie as well, man. It's like known for both. It's all about bass, but it's got other features that are prominent.
Greg Hackney, a little bit of traction here the last 30 minutes. Kind of been a grimy day. A lot of his weight yesterday on a big plug out deep. Can't get out there due to the wind today.
That's a big one. Yep, that's a big one. You're going to have to hop up there, I think. I'll just have to see how he's hooked. If he's not hooked good, I'm going to have to get in there and get him. He wasn't hooked very good, and then he went back and rehooked himself. Sorry about that. I didn't know what was fixing to happen. I like to swing them when I can. It's a fat one.
It's 3.6.
Leaderboard, big fish alert. Pentakamura, 7-0. It's our 5th fish over 7 pounds.
What?
13 yesterday, including 3 over 8. Today, that's just the 5th fish over 7 pounds.
What's my smallest fish? Okay.
Ronnie, what do we have Hackney at for the day?
Let me refresh and just make sure. I got the most recent data because
Bass Track is down.
Yeah, I think
he's got 3 fish on Bass Track. But
yeah, after those 3, I think he's caught 3 or 4 more since those 3 fish.
Yeah, you know, tomorrow I'll fish a lot of different water tomorrow just to fill it out. I got some places I haven't even been to that I know some fish are on, but I'm sure other guys are fishing them, so it just depends on who is and who I run into to what I get to fish. So I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but just see what happens and go from there. We'll probably start in the same place tomorrow, maybe start on that spot where I caught my big fish first and then go in there tomorrow after that, see where we land after that and go from there.
Z, as of 12:30, Keith Combs has 4 for 810 today. After having 21 and change yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, and I think really the most surprising thing with Combs yesterday is he had the majority of that 21 pounds yesterday by 10 o'clock when he said all of his big ones have come after noon.
It's like crack cocaine, I guess.
Practice.
It seems like it is. I have to be careful when I make those references because they'd be like, well, how do you know that?
Yeah, keep doing this. That's how it's going to be won. I would think. So no need changing. I need some of the ones that disappeared on me to show back up or relocate them. I mean, I had several of them, but for whatever reason, they're gone. They were big ones too.
Owens caught a decent one early and then nothing till about 10:30, and he caught 3 in a row.
Right.
Whatever we can just to find a few. I've never fished this before, but there's a bunch of bluegill beds on top of it, and I figured I'd come over here and try it. You never know. I mean, you would think they would get on every point out here because nothing's in the water, but for whatever reason, they're just on certain fews, and you know, it's probably hard spots. Some of them have road beds on them, but to name why one of them's better than the other, I don't know. Just where they like getting.
Find it interesting as you see
But
it kind
shallow,
of a
you know,
lull
even though
here.
I'm catching a lot of them deep, the shallow place saved me today. So there's still a lot of fish up there in that 6 foot range. I don't know if they're eating shad spawn or what, but that biggest one I caught, it had just...
I mean, that's what I have my most confidence in if I'm gonna catch a big bag. But we get one of them low, drizzly, cloudy mornings, I'm probably gonna have to keep that buzzbait on us too, because I caught everything that bit it was 4 pounds or bigger, so. It just depends, you know. This morning, I never would have dreamed I wouldn't have caught 2 of them big ones this morning, you know.
Combs said about his practice, man, it was awesome. It was awesome, but this lake will humble you. He said his first day of practice was horrific, just terrible. Then he had 30 pounds and then 35 pounds
And see those last
on
few were up on
Tuesday.
top? But those first ones were just, well, really right there where the bait hit at. That's where they were getting the plug at. And that one that came up running that shad came up behind that stick right there, and we were sitting over there. They were out there off the break, but them last few I caught were up on top, but I might have had something to do with that when I moved that boat up there.
I mean, yesterday, Z, we had 33 bags over 20 pounds. Today, we have 10. None over 30. We had 2. There's a little bit of work left and time left, but a little bit slower day for sure.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I really think the wind has taken a lot of fishable water out of play today, and I think yesterday for that fact. But it looked, you know, I was listening to Dave and Davey, and they made the comment, it's a lot more brutal today.
Looks like it's supposed to be the same direction tomorrow, just maybe a little bit less wind, a little bit less strength from the south. But then Sunday's going to be interesting because that wind's going to switch and come from the north. It's going to keep the high temperatures. Instead of in the 90s, it'll be at the 70s. So
big change.
It'll be a weather change for Sunday. Final
Front
day.
popping through. The rain has backed off. It was going to be Saturday early, but now it's like Saturday evening. The storm's over.
And take off Sunday.
June bug might be right. I had it in that dirtier water. This water here's pretty clean.
Well, let's go in for a little. Who's in for a little trivia? I think we're all in for a little bit of trivia.
Absolutely.
Striker Daily Trivia. Throw this question out here before we take a quick break and come back and answer it. Who led after 2 days in 2021? Last time around at this Lake Fork Elite. Lake Fork Elite. Was it Patrick Walters? Was it Quentin Capo? Was it Brandon Card or was it Taku Ito? He was after 2 days the leader. We know it changed up and none of those guys won it. But we'll come back and see if we can answer that one. Think about that one for just a minute.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
Day 2 of fishing at the Sims Bassmaster Elite here. Got our full field out there with a little more than 2 hours left to fish. Let's take a look at our Striker Daily trivia question we posted regarding last year's tournament here. Now, the question was, who led after 2 days of the 2021 version of the Lake Fork Elite? Was it Patrick Walters, Quentin Capo, Brandon Card, or Taku Ito? Mark Zona, I put it to you.
Tommy, I remember covering that tournament with you guys. I know it's either B or C. Quentin Capo was square billing. Brandon Card was up in Little Caney. I'm going to tell you right now, when this lake gets back to full pool, look at all that grass that's going to be in the wow.
There.
I'm going to go see. That's a chunk, baby. Brandon Card.
All right. I'm gonna go B. I seem to remember Quentin Capo. He did do well here. I think if he'd led, it would have been day number 2.
I think it's Patrick Walters, and then Brandon Card took the lead going, after day 3.
Card took the lead after days 2 and 3.
Okay.
55.7. Capo had 54.12 after 2 days. The only two on pace to break 100 pounds.
Capo came up about a pound short.
Yep.
He would have been our third angler to do that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Very close. We were pulling for him.
Taking a look at our map right here. All the anglers having a big time out there in the wind today. Greg Hackney getting a little bit of work done here the last hour. We're going to slip up into the top end. Big Caney right now. Gerald Swindle hadn't been with him for a while. Bassmaster Live.
TH Marine Weather Watch, high of 91 degrees tomorrow. He doesn't let up much through tomorrow. Now, we'll be cooler on Sunday, a low of 59 tomorrow night. So there you go. There's
That's
your
when
cool
the
down
storm
happening.
hits. Yeah, storm hits in the evening, dinner time.
Gusty winds Sunday. Yeah, high of only 71 degrees room temperature. Way cooler. Some AM thunderstorm, some morning thunderstorms. Good change.
Boy, I'm going to tell you, though, it's a lot calmer where Swindle is now than this morning.
Yeah, it was bouncing out there this morning.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I haven't caught them as good. I mean, we're sitting at a little over 20 pounds and some change. We're able to catch some, but I knew it was going to be this way. The wind plays a huge factor on the fish that you can even try to catch deep. And I think the deep fishing is kind of so-so at best. So I'm fishing some main lake points right now, 8 to 10 foot with a big worm, trying to find a big bite. I went flip timber and was able to coil one. So the further I go into this tournament, I got a key place that I want to start on every day. I'm hoping that some of the other places that I've tried to get on open up, if you can stay in the tournament long enough. And it just, with the wind like this, I'm gonna have to be smart the rest of the day, get in the timber, pitch a jig around in that timber that's 10 to 15, 18 foot deep. The fish are at the top of it, but the key is being able to make the cast. And I've struggled just to make the cast, just to try to get the bait in and down. It blows around everything. I mean, it's blowing the skirt off Bigfoot out here. I mean, you just can't hardly fish, so. But hey, we all right, we all right. Tell your mama and we said hello. We all right. We on that big worm, Smokey. Big worm. He said, you know I didn't smoke your stuff, big worm. Try not to just rush through it. You got to drag it slow. You won't get bit, period.
Well, my weekend plan is to hopefully fish Championship Sunday. I got some work I gotta do, but it's not impossible. It's Lake Fork, man. I would love to be able to fish another 2 days out here and get a shot at another giant. It's just one of those fisheries that's just so much fun. But it could be super fun, or it could be super difficult. But all of it can also change within 5 minutes here, because that's just how this fishery is. Like, literally 5 minutes can change your whole day. And you're literally one cast away from a 10-pounder. So, I mean, right now they're pretty spawned out, so it'd be you're one cast away from an 8-pounder. But still, who would be complaining about an 8-pound bass? Not I. But yeah, that's what I would love to be doing. I would love to fish Championship Sunday. I still haven't made a final day. The last one on Chickamauga, I missed it by ounces. But hey, it's like, you know, I'm just super grateful that I can do this. Super grateful that I can be out here fishing. And I think I made the cut tomorrow. I just needed a 5-pounder, and that all materialized because the good vibes that everyone sent me, it's always appreciated. So let's not stop them now. Keep them going, guys. Let's go. Come on. Send me some more good vibes. Send me some good vibes on this cast right here. And let's all will a 6-pounder to just come up and destroy my bait right now. But it's a windy day out here. It's like we get little seconds of no wind, and it's heavenly, because for the most part the wind's cooking right now. But I'm just gonna keep working
one
at
thing,
this.
and we've talked about this on Bassmaster Live a long time, Tommy.
I think having the sun out really helps.
When a system fires, boy, it fires all over. And we've seen that on Lake Fork the last 2 days, the last 5 tournaments we've covered. But you also tell when a system shuts down.
It was just at this time yesterday, too. And, you know, the guys were telling us about the brilliant afternoons that they were having in practice, but I think what they were talking about was like way deeper into the afternoon,
It was
right?
the after threes and the after
Yes.
fours.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's just how it is. I've just noticed a lot more of my better bites just came when the sun was just out. But I'm just a couple bites away. I have a couple little guys I need to get rid of. Actually, I need one more fish to fill out my limit. But got plenty of time to do it. Still got a couple of hours. And I think that's the thing that's on the handbook. How not to freak out during tournament day. And you just got to keep a positive mindset, because as soon as you let your head go down this negative path of like, man, I'm not going to catch them, you're probably not going to catch them. I mean, you might, but it's always better to keep yourself in a positive mind state. For yourself and for everyone around you.
Destroying it.
Let's get back over to Greg Hackney. Much calmer area there.
Yes. It's a pleasant area compared to a lot of the places we've been today with Greg Hackney, and he's kept a lot of different things honest. It was interesting to hear that he obviously must have caught some really big ones in practice on a buzzbait, because he said he was stunned he did not catch a couple big fish this morning doing that.
He said he's not above bringing it back out again. He just needs to get the right conditions. If he's going to have to work out a way to stick around long enough to get those conditions, I guess.
We've got a couple nice moves. Todd Otten with 23.15, 12th place. Josh Strassner, 23.15. He's in the 20th place. And we got Kyle Welcher from the 80s up inside the cut, 36, with a 23-pound bag.
Needed that. Been an unusually
miserable day
tough,
yesterday.
Well, an unusually tough year, sitting in the 80s in points.
No.
I clipped something and thought I got a bite. And then I jerked it up, and when I did, something freaking stomped it and didn't get it. I'm like, I don't know. I just put brand new hooks in there. It's a brand new everything. Got him. That's a big one. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to reel that in. Well, that'd be my first one this week on. Right. That's my first 4.0 fish of the week. Oh, come on. I have to break it off. I ain't going out there. Ain't no way. That's the great thing about Strike King. They make plenty. Dang. I was just, oh, it floated up. Maybe I can catch it.
Big bass, big stage, big personalities. Last fish got Hackney knocking on our top 10, 12th place. 15 pounds today after 28.7 yesterday.
Yeah. Bringing it back, reeling it back in.
Well, Tommy, you know, we talked about a lot of the anglers that are fighting for your life, their life in the Elite Series this season. You want to see Cliff Prince do it, man. He's a
sure it will. I mean,
great dude to cover.
Different, but you know, if the wind direction changes, the current's going to be different in here. So, you know, I'm kind of relying on the wind. I mean, I've got to make the wind my friend. So I just have to change where I'm fishing if the wind direction changes.
Just got that update, Z. Greg Hackney's fish all coming in. Terrible service we're seeing them with the technology we have for our cameras, but cell phones not so much. 16.10 for his 5 fish, puts him into 11th place. So he was not in the third.
All right.
Up there close to the top 10. Top 10 will be on camera tomorrow, Tommy, and on Championship Sunday.
That's right. That's right.
He's scratching.
Don't forget, at 4:15 Eastern Time, that's when the weigh-in commences from the Sabine River Authority facility here. A lot of excitement, a lot of anxious folks out there, anglers, hoping to make that cut. And all official when the weigh-in is done. Again, it starts at 4:10, and of course, in that Yeti hot seat will be Lee Livesey. Oh, it is warm, warm, warm on that hot seat, warm on the backside.
It is.
It gets warmer,
toasty.
Tommy, on the weekend.
Oh, my goodness. So put that down. Don't forget the weigh-in today. We'll be back with plenty more fishing today in just a minute.
The Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Day number 2 here on fantastic Lake Fork, built on a big tributary, one of the big creeks in the Sabine River system as water goes on, of course, to Toledo Bend Lake, which explains a lot about Toledo Bend. Very fertile sort of atmosphere that keeps carrying on throughout East Texas here. Lee Livesey on top right there. Brandon Polinick, closest pursuer that he has there, and you drop down a little bit further to find the likes of Brian New, Cliff Prince, Gerald Swindle, David Mullins, and all the rest. Let's bring in Dave Mercer now. Dave Mercer on site. Dave, you contact these guys on a daily basis. You come in contact with them all day. I want to ask about our third place guy. I want to ask you a question about Brian New. He comes from last place at our last event, Chickamauga. Yeah, and now he's up there, you know, hey, top 3. How are you going to beat that? How does that happen? Because you've seen it happen before, right?
Brian New is, first of all, I mean, I don't mean this in an insulting way. He's a spaz. We've seen him on the boat. He's a spaz. I mean, he's just up and that's kind of what you're seeing in places is kind of what Brian New is. Like, if you see him, the weirdest thing about him is he never is not running. Like, you literally will see him get out of his truck to go get something. He runs back and forth. And then this morning at takeoff, there was one of those little yappy dogs over and over. And you're just hearing, you know, everybody's had one of those at some point. Just a yappy dog going off and off. And, and several angles are like, whose dog is that? And I turned around and it's Brian New's dog. Real shocker. Brian New has a dog just like him. A yappy little spaz. But, man, he can catch him.
Oh, he can.
Hey, Dave, real quick, I'm gonna kind of rotate right now to, and he's very close to you, Brandon Polinick. Looking at the Angler of the Year race, obviously Brandon Polinick, a reigning, you know, he's won the Angler of the Year race before. Man, the rest of the year just kind of sets up for Brandon Polinick. Talk about it.
It really does. I mean, when we left the last event, I said, man, if Polinick can get through Fork, look out. And, man, has he ever gotten through Fork? Catching him in a big way here this week. And phenomenal. I mean, really, you look at the way the schedule sets up, but we learn year after year, as soon as we start anointing somebody is when it starts to get tough on them. But, man, Brandon Polinick, they're going to have to fish to catch him. He unofficially took over the lead yesterday in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, but do not tell him that, because if you remember, Brandon Polinick does not want to know he's leading Angler of the Year, doesn't want to know what place he's in.
That's such
we
a
had
joke.
kind of a casual... You think it's a joke? Do you think it's I mean, he says he doesn't want to know. Maybe it's a joke. I don't know. But I said to, and there's others picking up. Mullins pulled that card a little while ago because I said to him, hey, you and your roommates are all 4, 5, and 6 in Angler of the Year. He's like, I don't even know what position we're in. I know we're all together, but I don't want to look at it. But Brandon Polinick, if you take over the lead, you're going to find out what position you're in, and unofficially he's taking the lead. And I'm going to say it, man, it's going to be tough to beat him. But there is some names there. You mean Corey Johnson's still sniffing around there, and it's his birthday today. Happy birthday to Corey Johnson and Caleb Summerall. It's his birthday today, too. So we got a couple of birthday celebrations coming up here for weigh-in, but it's going to be tough to beat Polinick when, you know, he should catch him at Pickwick, and then we head north from there, and there's not a fishery on that list that you think would cause Brandon Polinick trouble. But, yeah, he's going to be tough to beat.
Hey, Dave, real quick. Tommy Sanders, when we were at commercial break yesterday, and Michael Middleton, producer of the Bassmaster Live show, they were all wanting, when I brought up the old Texas Fest videos that you got on your phone that I enjoyed thoroughly, they were all wanting you to send those where we could possibly get those on Fox this weekend. Right?
Well, if I send those videos, Z, the problem is we won't be on Fox anymore is the problem, really. I would gladly send them, but it might cause some issues. But there has been a lot of good times had here in this part of the country. And listen, there's going to be some good times this week. Bellamy Brothers are playing tomorrow night. You know, Let Your Love Flow.
Oh, my gosh,
like an island stream.
Dave, get the
that
videos
song they
tonight.
recorded
Watch
3 years
Dawn
after
now.
I was born, but it's still a classic today.
Wow, you have put us in the time machine right there. That is a great promo right there. We're promo Dave Mercer. He's coming up at 4:15 with the weigh-in right here on Bassmaster.com.
I will say I can attest to what he said about Brandon Pollock. I texted just out of instinct the top 3 in our Progressive Angler of the Year. I make a graphic every single event that shows the top 3 and the distance they're apart. I texted it to him, and he DM'd me on Instagram, a different place, and said, hey, I deleted our text because you said something about Angler of the Year, and I didn't want to see what the rest of the message said. So he totally doesn't pay attention.
It's funny you talk about Pollock. He just caught his third 6-pounder today. He's over 30 pounds. He's 4 pounds back of Livesey.
Wow.
Wow.
Biggin. I mean a giant.
Oh my God, come on. Who's your daddy, huh? Who's your daddy? I said, if there's a big one in here, he's gonna be in that brush pile. And if I was a big bass, I'd be in that brush pile. Who's your daddy now, huh? That's what I think about Z and then taking me off live.
One badger seems over 24.
We could try. I know I buried it up in his face. I can tell you that. An old Gerald Swindle Signature Series fishing pole. I don't think he is, but he's, no, let's see, no, 20, 23, 21 3/4.
Scale 0.
He's gonna be close to 6.
513.
513. Look at that big shad. Look at there. Look at the back of that throat, son. 513. Good game, Coach.
Puts him over 22.
Good game,
in the
you
fourth.
too, Coach.
Yeah.
Fifth angler over
Absolutely.
50 pounds. 51-12 total for Swindle.
Good one right there for Swindle, and not on that little primary starting spot that we were with him on. Kind of got down near the face of the dam with a lot of the other anglers that have done some damage today. Gerald Swindle with a big call right there. That's kind of amazing. If you really watch Bass Track the last, hour, there was nothing, and then all of a sudden,
yeah.
Not quite as wind blown on an isolated piece of brush that I found. It's just sand and gravel. Vague old piece of road there, but not much to it. And I got some brush out in about 10 foot I found one day. Thought there'd probably be a couple fish in. I seen them that day, couldn't catch them. Come back in here right then. First bite I got in there was almost 6. So I moved my boat down, got in position now. I've spot locked down where I can see live scope, and now I'm just sitting there watching the brush, trying to sneak up and make that perfect cast. But there's the brush right there. That's where it ought to be. So hard to keep your bait where you want it in the target zone in this wind. I mean, it's working me to death to get the bait because these ain't big areas. If you're just throwing it out on a 40 or 50 foot ledge, it's that long, you're just throwing it, it's different. But man, when you're trying to hit a 10-foot spot of brush in this 672 volt wind we got, a little challenging. So I'm just going to keep dragging this big worm around. We needed that bite. We need one more of them to get where we need to be. I think I should be able to reach it right there. It's that fine line between getting too close to it and too far away. Too close to it, they hear the water slapping on the front of the boat. Too far away, you're casting, you can't feel it right. So I'll start slower and just ease up till I feel the brush. Oh, there's something, that brush right there. Thump it, son. Go on, do it. We'll make another highlight reel. We ain't scared. I'll karate chop you. I'll Bruce Lee you.
good run here. Derek Hudnall, 412. He's up to 23 pounds. You had Polinick's fish, Swindle's fish. You had Jason Williamson with a 6. Luke Palmer with a 512. 6-pounders figured they start biting.
Gonna have a sparkling top 10 on camera tomorrow.
Well, say we will, won't we?
Absolutely.
Be very promising.
Chris Johnston, Tommy, I got to spend a little time last week with Chris Johnston on the water.
Did you?
Smallmouth. He's a good smallmouth snatcher.
Oh.
The funny thing was, I took him smallmouth fishing. How's that happen?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you know some magic rocks on Lake Ontario, Chris, but obviously being off limits, we couldn't do that. Slid over to Buffalo.
Oh, that's
and
right. You couldn't do your Ontario thing.
Big time, and he assaulted the rocks I took him to. Trust me.
I saw that picture you were talking about earlier with Chris Johnson and a bunch of other anglers lined up out there. Man, it looked like a close drill formation there. It was I've never seen anything quite like that.
And Tommy, it looked like there was a couple stare downs going on.
Yeah, it's at best. At best. There's your leaderboard right there, Lee Livesey. Brandon Polinick just keeps moving up that leaderboard, eating into that a little bit. Brian New coming from last place at the last stop all the way to near top of the leaderboard. And Gerald Swindle, a big fish for Gerald Swindle right there.
If Livesey's going to want to break that all-time record, he's still close to being on pace to it, but he's going to need to do some action in the afternoon. Every morning's been great, but he's kind of died around that noon time, and we'd love to see the time stamps there ending at 10 a.m. We'd love to see him extend to 1 or 2 p.m.
He's the highlight of our marathon peak performance, and you can see the way his day lays out there.
Got a 5.6, a 5.7, and a 5.5. If he can call that 4.13 with even like a 6-pounder, that'll put him over 30 pounds back-to-back days. That'll be hard to beat.
Yeah, absolutely right, Rodney. Very solid day marathon peak performance.
Lee Livesey's the man on top. All eyes on Lee Livesey, and we will put our eyes on him when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
Wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, for a quick Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Kit. And Z, not only are the pundits and the fans the ones picking anglers for their fantasy teams, we challenged the Rapala pros to pick their team as well. And honestly, this year we had to give them a report card. At mid-season, Kyle, Jesse, and I were tasked to give them a report card. They were sitting at 59%. They have honestly done pretty bad at going from angling to picking other anglers. But this week, they all jumped in and combined together. We had 5 different Rapala pros pick one each. They each picked one bucket. Carl Jacobson, Bob Downey, Brandon Polinick, Patrick Walters, and Cody Huff all picked a guy. And this is their lineup so far. I will say, for the most part, it was looking good yesterday with how Matt Robertson, how Keith Combs, and how David Mullins did. They had 3 guys around the top 30 doing just fine. All of those had over 20 pounds. And then they had 2 that had some work to do below the cut. But today, the way it's kind of slacked off, they only have 2 anglers within the cut, the other 3 below 50th place. So looking at the Rapala anglers, they may catch them out on the water, Z. They're better than me on the water, but they're not better at picking fantasy teams. We're still training our anglers to know who else to pick among their peers. So we'll keep an eye on that. But honestly, the report card this season, the only Rapala angler who has really done well is Seth Fighter. He picked the Classic, and I believe he picked Chickamauga, and he had stellar performances for both of those. But otherwise, there's something to be desired there for the other.
So what you're saying, what you're saying is you are much better than the anglers at fantasy fishing.
Yes, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Like,
Maybe
you know,
you
while
could do
they're
a little
actually
seminar.
fishing.
You could do a seminar with the anglers, teach them how to be better fantasy players, something
exactly.
like that. if
Don't
you
pick
could.
your buddy all the time. Maybe that's the first
That's
one.
what
but,
it is
you
right
know,
there.
I
That's
don't
what I
know.
was thinking. You
Is that what it
gotta
is?
have your alliance, yes.
What a joke.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to be kidding me.
I had to find one team that I was beating this week, Tommy, and I found the Raffle Anglers team.
I know it's been a desperate search to find someone you're beating
I had
this
to
week.
Google it on the machines.
Oh boy.
Back up now to Lee Livesey.
We asked for the afternoon. Maybe this is
To
the way
see
he does
that
it.
happen.
Uh-huh.
A little different water conditions compared to his top water last year with how big the waves are today compared to day 4 last year.
That's... Signal straightened out there. Get back over to Cliff Prince. Been so close so many times on his home water. He talked about another hometown favorite down on the St. Johns River. Of course, a lot of people pulling for Cliff Prince to win his first event. Certainly would take it here.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
Well, he's sitting in 5th place, 18 pounds, 6 ounces today. That's the lowest weight among our top 10 right now.
But
And
I will
guys, we
say
do-
go ahead.
Yeah. We do have about the same amount of wind coming from really the same direction tomorrow. Starts to subside a little bit at about 11 or 12 o'clock tomorrow. When I say a little bit, it's supposed to get down to 10 to 20 compared to, we're going to be starting the morning tomorrow with gusts all the way up to 30, which is exactly what we had this morning. Bassmaster Live. Sorry, Ron.
No, you're fine. I was just saying that the prominent guys at the top of the leaderboard, like Cliff Prince was, our day 1 leader. We saw Brandon Cobb in the May event in 2019 and then Lee Livesey last year in the April event. Both their worst days in this event were day 2. So even though Cliff Prince has dropped down with the lowest weight of anyone in the top 10, Such, it's obviously, he had 32, so he's allowed to have a little bit of a slip. But you don't want to get too far away from Lee Livesey.
God, here's a guy.
Ronnie, is there anybody better than you at fantasy fishing ever?
Tommy right there.
I created a league and I'm
Tommy
the
was
only one in it,
once.
so I am first and last.
I was just curious.
No one enjoys it more, I think. That's it. Everybody's got to have their shtick. You know
No
what
one
I'm saying?
obsesses on it more.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Yesterday was a lot
Been asked to do
easier. I had 25 in the box and by 9:30, so I mean it was a lot easier. And I mean I'm fishing a little bit cautious more so today than I did yesterday, just because I felt like I had a pretty decent bag to begin with right off the bat. So I just kind of relaxed and just fished and run into a couple of good ones. But today I'm kind of going back over what I did yesterday instead of just fishing new water. And that's probably where I'm making a mistake. But it is what it is, and I'll live with what I do.
Pat Schlopper, his third 6-pound fish. He's up to 26 pounds. I think that's like the
It's all about
4th,
decisions,
5th biggest
you know?
bag of the day. He's 11th place.
Wow. And he's done a lot of work in the last couple hours, Such.
in the last couple events as well. Hey, he's
have
had
that
the
many
big
places
bass
in here.
in back-to-back events.
I knew I
I don't
wanted to
remember a
stay
guy
in
who's
here.
done that.
No, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
We can't come up with someone who's done that.
See that story I did, Z, on Not Good Old Boy Network anymore at Bass? I went to Bowman and said, hey, look at all these guys from Wisconsin and Minnesota. We got a fighter angler of the year, rookie of the year, a Kufal, elite winner. We got Schlopper, Shakurit, Downey. Who else is from up there? Josh Douglas. And he was telling me, no, that's a bigger picture. We have guys from 4 different countries now, And he said, look at the Chickamauga results. Look at the top 20. There's 14, 15 different states in there. And it used to be, you know, the lower Southeast and then the lower Midwest, the Missouri, Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma guys. And it's really expanded. He said it's a bigger picture.
That looks like crop.
Such, I apologize. I did not see that.
Thanks, E.
I did not. No, I read all the daily limits, but it's that time of year.
You're out fishing, I'm sure.
It's the problem.
That would have been bad. See if I can thread the needle through this. Get a good shot on that point over there.
Such, why did you call it the daily limit if it's a weekly story?
It's like just a perfect place for a bass to be able to come up and ambush.
Say no more.
We were all going to
water,
contribute to it.
Lots of bait. Lots of cover for them. That's the amazing thing about Lake Fork. There's just so much shad here. There's such a healthy shad population. I think it's because they have so many things that they can spawn on. Texas wildlife and game really have done something special here. And it'd be cool to see other states adopt it, because obviously it's working. There's giants here.
Gonna leave Wong and Prince, come over to David Mullins for a minute here. Blowing a bit out there as well.
Kind of in the same boat as Livesey yesterday when we saw them around 11 o'clock. That was around the time that Livesey was kind of changed gears, didn't really make any upgrades late in the day, was stuck at his 32. I say stuck at his 32, but Mullins had 27 at that point by 10 o'clock. He already had 27.
Sure did.
No doubt about it. Taking a look at David Mullins right there. BMC on point at today is really, if you started off this morning, you kind of thought he was going to wreck him. Started off this morning with a 4.5 at 7:20, and then it went silent. David Mullins getting off his starting spot, getting a little bit closer to our takeoff. The work he did pretty much from 10:16 to 11:19 is going to be your BMC on point. David Mullins still with a lot of room to grow yet today, has a couple fish in the 3.5 to 3 3/4 pound range, but your BMC on point is going to be that little 1 hour flurry that is going to keep him officially, as of right now, in our top 10. David Mullins, BMC on point.
You hear that little old zipper going tick, 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 tick. Sound like a little mini rattle trap.
Joe Swindle with a good one. About 20 minutes ago. Moved him up.
Swindle said he was going to flip some trees today if he can make the right cast on them with all this wind.
He won't help us, but he was there, wasn't he?
Got another shocker today. Josh Douglas, 25 pounds yesterday,
Just gonna
10th
go ahead
place.
and toss him back.
7 pounds so far.
No
Just
harm, no
got back.
foul.
Wow. 45th right now.
Wow.
That's right below Patrick Walters, barely inside the cut.
Will Swindle hanging tough there in that top 10. In fact, moving up from his original position today. He's in fourth right now. Lee Livesey still on top. Brandon Polinick making a little bit of headway into there. Brian New, a big day for the man, second-year man from North Carolina. Cliff Prince maintaining in the top 10. Of course, he started with the lead today. Mullins hanging in there as well. We've had not so much turnover as we might have on a typical day, too, on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll see what happens next.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Skeeter.
About an hour and 20 minutes minus travel time. And travel's probably a little slower today on Lake Fork. Look at all the stumps out there and listen to all the wind that we've heard all day long. For our anglers out there, the 92 is going to take it down to 47 at the weigh-in with Dave Mercer. 4:15 Eastern Time today.
It's a little scary, Tommy, thinking the waves, as big as they've been on Fork, bobbing some of those trees up and down, and you're driving, and all of a sudden one disappears and one appears, and you're like, where do I go next?
Oh, yeah.
What do I do?
What do I do? Back out to Lee Livesey.
Looks familiar.
Mark Frazier making a move.
Uh-oh.
Mark Frazier making a move. His second 7-pound fish is 7.6. He's up to 24 pounds, 9 ounces, 11th place. Had a 7.7 early this morning.
Mark has put together a really good year and a half so far on the Elite Series
as far as
second-year pro. He's done really well.
I'm gonna do mostly the same stuff. I'm definitely gonna mix in a little top water as it gets tougher with pressure this weekend, probably. But there won't be a big change in what I'm doing. I'll be able to move around a little bit more as the weekend goes, I think, without our guys. I don't know. Just depends how many people are fun fishing this weekend. But I'm definitely going to see if I can get a better quality bite doing this today, so I can decide whether to do it this weekend, because I'm going to have to catch 30 plus the next 2 days to win, especially if I can't get over 30 today. Somebody probably caught 35 plus today that found a new school or figured something out yesterday. We still got 2 hours though. Grab that tree.
That's the biggest thing for
Found a
Livesey
tree.
is 4 o'clock check-in today. Late check-in. He had an early check-in
that's right,
yesterday,
yeah.
so he
That's
does that extra
that'll be a
hour.
plus.
Yeah, it'll be the last, one of the last people of the week to be able to fish that late into the day, because the rest of the check-ins will be early the rest of the week.
If you look at Lee Livesey's catches for today, 3 anglers stand out as being on the quality different from everyone else, and that's Livesey, Polinick, and New. They've just been on something a little bit different.
Sunline America.
No doubt,
That's
Tommy
12
Sanders
pound
and
Sunline. She had me wrapped up in that tree.
everything going right for Lee Livesey early this morning, going to 6 cents. Crushed crankbait, 300 DD, a couple fish on a hair jig, and that was on the area where he did most of his damage yesterday. And then moving to another area that kind of started to fire for Livesey right at our midday break. And this area right here kind of saved him and put the bulk of his weight on his total. Lee Livesey pretty much, though, if you look at the last 2 days, making it happen with that crankbait, did not sit on this spot very long, probably, well, comparatively about an hour and a half. Totally different stretch from where he fished yesterday. You can see Lee Livesey still making the comment he's got a lot of time to upgrade today. Definitely wants to get over that 30-pound mark, and that's been Lee Livesey's day 2 here on Lake Fork.
Kind of surprised that Lee Livesey's 7-11 is our Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader on the day.
Yeah, very surprising. Granted, dealing with a lot of spawned out fish right now. We heard a couple anglers talk about that. Matty Wong brought that up a little bit earlier. A lot of those fish that weigh 8 pounds right now should be 9-pounders a month ago, a month from now.
Looking on our Phoenix Boats Big Bass list, Mark Frazier has the next 2 after Livesey. 7-7, 7-6. Brian New, 7-5, 7-1.
Been in the dang rod down.
The lakes in these states, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, have all gone through some dramatic heat over the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
I remember going fishing on Good Friday.
That's my worm and hole too. That's where I've had all.
Water temperature was 55 degrees.
Right there's where all 3 of the bites have come from.
Went fishing last week before Lake Fork started in Arkansas, and it was 80 already. So it was a 25 degree increase in water temperature in just 3 weeks. So I can't imagine with Texas, with a little bit stronger heat, how much it's risen, mid 80s.
You know, I mean.
Cooler than usual before we hit the month of May.
Yeah, that's why it's
to
kind
be
of
sure.
It looks like Cliff Prince.
I am not believing that.
Oh, golly, come on.
Oh.
Yeah. Holy cow. That's the only one that's hurt all week. What the frig?
And I only mentioned the water temperature because fish went from spawning to post-spawn to shad spawn to now summer, all within just instead of a whole month of it, it's just been very quick for these fish.
It's not unusual in this part of the country for this time of year to go straight from a cool spring into dead middle of summer.
They get so soft when it falls down, and when they do, then they just kind of swim a little bit to you. It takes a minute to find him.
Mark Frazier called again from 31st. Starting the day, he's in 9th place right now. The 5th biggest bag on the day, 25.5.
I was like, well, I'm gonna worm all the hot spots, and then I was gonna pick my jerk bait up and make another pass around, and then kind of decide what to do. I mean, it's not like I know they're still there, but I thought I might start moving that boat around, get them fired up again too. I'm tempted to turn on my hydro wave. I don't know if I want to do that just yet or not. Typically, I do that when I get ready to burn it down. You know what I mean? I know I ain't coming back.
Yeah. What pattern would you put, like shad spawn?
No, I'd put shad frenzy. Yeah, that's what they're doing when they're up eating.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hit them places where I know they hit that plug. You know what I mean? Like, we're just gonna let him go. Get him some line. I mean, he's getting it too. He got it.
Hold
I mean, he's
on
been
now.
on there.
Hit him. Let him eat it.
Are you believing that? He just swam out there and jumped and spit it out. Before I forgot the hook set, he just jumped right out there. I'm like, I start reeling my worm. I said, man, what's that crazy fish just cartwheels out there? Oh my gosh. He didn't have the hook. I don't know why he was, it must taste bad. I'm like, really? I was like, I'm letting him go. Well, I did. He swam right out there and jumped.
What is the deal?
What is the deal? Be happy in your work. That's
Showing you how to shake them off in
right
practice.
there, no matter what happens. Lee Livesey on top, hanging in there. Brandon Polinick, good day for Brandon Polinick. New, Swindle, Prince, Shane Lehue back in the mix again. Spent a lot of time near the top. Yesterday, Derek Hudnall, Mark Frazier, as you mentioned, Such, working his way into that top 10. Chris Johnston, who was also spending time in the top 10 yesterday, back in position. Going to take a quick break. A little bit more fishing left to go.
The Sims Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Just a little bit more time and our allotted time for Bassmaster Live for today. Anglers will fish for another hour or so, but don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow morning. 5 full hours we've got for you on FS1 coming up at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So we will be showing you plenty of good stuff. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say we're going to be on point. Sorry, Tommy.
On point?
Yeah, we got to be on point.
We're always on point most of the time.
Yeah, exactly right. And speaking of being on point, Tommy, you know what was interesting before we went to commercial break, seeing it's TGIF. I want you to really kind of watch Greg Hackney here. And when he started laughing a minute ago, it eerily, if we go back to that footage when he let that fish eat his worm for the better side of 3 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Now listen.
He didn't have the hook. I don't know why it must taste bad. I'm like, really? I was like, I'm letting him go. Well, I did. He swam right out there and jumped.
He was serious, too.
It reminded me of
I know where
a
you're
couple
going.
tournaments ago. Do you? Because it's
I didn't
Friday.
even think about him.
Last turn.
Can't
I
get
was
enough
like,
of it.
I hung a stump. And he just got it. I said,
No, that's not accurate. That is not. But it did sound. You're right. It did sound crazy like it.
Yeah,
Good villain
there's
laugh.
many similarities in those two. Right? Oh, we need to roll out to that as loud as possible.
Oh,
Anthony,
of course.
please, I'm begging you. Just please.
he just jumped right out there. I'm like, I start reeling my worm. It comes. I said, man, what's that crazy fish just cartwheels out there? Oh my gosh.
Welcome to the fun house.
Speaking of being on point for
I'm going to beg for that on FS1 tomorrow for no given reason.
Oh, God.
Right? Like the very first hook, the very first fish catch. I need that.
Sound like our live studio audience.
Kind of scares me a little bit.
No, well, we needed that this morning with Swindle and Greg DePaul.
What's the character's name?
Max Cady. Max Cady.
Max Cady.
I'll
yes.
come out wherever you
Oh,
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't miss that, Tommy. You know that. I'm not going to miss that one.
No, you're
we
not
would
gonna
need to do some Striker Daily trivia on that movie.
I think we might. Well, it has been a big day again on Lake Fork, as we expect.
Absolutely.
Our expectations are always through the roof here, and Lake Fork tends to pay it off. A little bit more of a challenge today for some of our anglers, and of course we're headed for the weigh-in. The weigh-in starts at 4:15 Eastern Time. Dave Mercer, everybody's going to do the final reading. Who's the 47 who are going to make it to fish tomorrow? And here comes the laughter. Okay. Here we go. Yes.
Time tomorrow, Tommy.
8 o'clock tomorrow. 5 hours on FS1 for you. Later on Bassmaster.com.
Gonna be a time.
Thank you so much for being with us here today on Bassmaster Live.
Oh, baby, web. Halo HFX. Signature series.